so that YouTubers can also see me, and then I'll also pull up a separate device so I can observe how that all comes out. Let's see here. YouTube. I'll use my notification from Twitter. It's my thread. Stream link. Open my stream link. Hey, there I am. That's eerie. All right, let's close that. Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, wait, there it goes. Can it actually work? Be weird. Let's see what that does. I think it's supposed to open in YouTube, but it doesn't. Oh well, so be it. Let's see. I think I have it in my clipboard anyway. No. Because I haven't turned on syncing between this laptop. Okay, we're good. We're getting there. This is all technical. Geeks love this stuff. Let's see. What would barnacles do? Let's see. Here we are, and I'll go to YouTube directly. Hello. And I'm just using my channel today because I couldn't figure out how to get it set up on the other channels. So screw it. All right, so there I am. My channel. Videos. Oh, there I am, live. Okay, it's there. It's live. And hey, there is audio coming out, so that's a good sign. I got the extra super long cable today so that I can, if I wander too far, I won't pull anything out. Hopefully. We'll see. Now I have this pile of cable to deal with. Ah! Alright, let's see what else is going on. Well, as you can see, I've just got my pull requests open today. I'm just going through them. And there's a bit of a backlog at this point, but some of them are tricky, and some of them aren't too super important, but we'll see. And I can mute myself. Let's open up let's see if there's a chat to be viewed. There it is. There you are. Hello. Pinned chat. Welcome. All right. Very good. Very good. So yeah, we're on an almost all ARM ecosystem at this point. Intel is still around. Works as when I need a space heater, I use the Intel and run those cores. Let's see what's going on in OBS and Discord. I'm also going to put this thing into some kind of streamer mode. There it is. It did it automatically for me. Thanks. Thanks, streamer mode. Okay, good. So I'm just going to hang out here in the corner of the screen whilst going through just general stuff, what I've been working on, what's going on with the workflow, and how I'm managing these pull requests. And we'll go through a couple of pull requests. So spoiler alert, if you've got stuff you've been posting on the issue queue, if you've been rude, be warned, I'm about to just go through without having looked at any of these, see what's going on in the issue world. I haven't had a chance to look at issues much because pull requests are like taking up most of the time. It's not unusual during busy periods. Right now, the busiest thing is fixing up STM32, a lot of things with timers and interrupts and stuff like that gets complicated, so there's a lot of layers there to work out. So we're working on that. If you're monitoring this on Discord, you're hearing me live. As far as I can tell, the stream on YouTube is lagging by a significant number of seconds. Pretty significant. So, so you're best off if you want to catch this live and respond in the most relevant way to what's being talked about, you're best off on Discord or listening to the Discord audio stream, which is in, I've got a Discord link up on Twitter on my Thinky Head account, so you can find it there. So, yeah, and I'm going to also talk about some of my favorite things from 2021 since we're in the holiday spirit. Yeah, it might be OBS delaying the stream. OBS has a little bit of buffering, and you can set it up in different ways. I've had pretty good luck with OBS being pretty in sync or close to in sync at various times, but I mean, it all depends on various factors, I'm sure. All that, and of course YouTube, it has to distribute all over the place. Who knows? I'm probably uploading to Pakistan, and that's being downloaded from a server here in Austin. Who knows how it works? So anyway, cool. So I'll go back to this. Yeah, so some of my favorite things of 2021 being the holiday season. There have been a lot of really cool techie items that have caught my attention, and just silly things like, you know, books I would recommend if you're getting into electronics. This is a great book. It might not be great for the old eyes, but it's all written in this like notebook style. It's a pretty famous book, I think, at this point. Getting Started in Electronics by Forrest Mims III, and just a total introduction to how current works and all that, and all the basics. This has been a really nice resource, and just kind of getting the basics down. I can't just watch YouTube videos. Sometimes I learn better just from reading books like we used to back in the old days. And of course, you know, nothing like taking a class or building a project and getting intensive. That's the best way to really get used to it. And sometimes I'm just finding, like, when it comes to electronics and electricity, you just have to be like, I don't understand it, but if you say it works, then okay, I guess that's what works, so we'll just use that. So you just kind of have to accept that it's weird sometimes. But folded up in here, I'm also been looking at this this paper. This has been an interesting paper to look at, recommended by people who are talking about input shaping. And this is, you know, dealing with your problems in mechanical systems. Things like when you have a crane and you've got some load at the end of a long swinging line and you want it to keep it from swinging too much, and how do you move the crane to minimize that? These problems have been worked out for decades, and they're getting better and better. And of course now we have control systems that are much more computerized and automated at a whole new level, so we can do all kinds of things. And of course we're doing it in real time. And so that kind of stuff is all described here, and I'm trying to just understand the concepts, because input shaping has become a big deal with Clipper, and putting a accelerometer on your hot end and running a test and doing all this calibration. But as I've noticed where it's been implemented, it looks like you have to have some slightly different ways of doing your acceleration and deceleration. So there'll be some work need to be done on that, but I'm kind of looking at just, well, let's try pulling in as much of like some alternative planner / stepper and see if we can make bolt it into Marlin and have it just run moves with that, like pull it out of RepRap firmware, pull something right out of Clipper and see what works. But you know, it'd be nice to be able to have the like, plug-in motion planners or whatever. But or just to see what the differences are and get a sense of the difference in theory, because as far as I can tell, Marlin is like not too different from the others, but now that they're incorporating input shaping, it's got a whole new level to it. So that's kind of cool. Let's see, there is a stream comments. Let me pull that out. There it is. Okay, cool. Now I can see that. Okay, Discord, I'm getting you. So yeah, that's one of my favorite things. Is just getting the input shaping into my brain. Another of my favorite things this year was the Raspberry Pi 400, which this is the book that comes with it. It comes with a whole guide. You know, like if I was a kid and this was like, you know, my introduction to computers, course, everyone's got to have a laptop now, but frankly, you throw this in front of me as a 10-year-old, and I would have totally loved it. And it has the GPIO connections and all that, so you can instantly start doing all your electronics style projects like you'd be doing with Arduino, and get used to the whole concept of bit twiddling and running devices and reading and talking to things and putting hats on stuff, talking to LEDs, and yeah. So it's been a really fun device to play with. Of course, I've been mostly using it for like emulation and running the Amiga on it and stuff like that, and kind of like getting nostalgic with my old Amiga games. But another favorite item has been this digital oscilloscope here, which actually is not something I got this year, but I've had it for a while, but I've gotten more into using it for stuff. And it's tiny. It's a tiny oscilloscope. The DSO Nano, this particular one, is the DS203, and very simple. Controls little knobs with swingers on them, swingy knobs, so you can go left, right, and it runs a standard OS. I've actually upgraded it, so it runs a standard kind of oscilloscope OS. It's USB chargeable. It runs essentially Linux on it. Yeah, it's a great little device for oscilloscoping, and of course, it's got your 3 connectors on that side, 2 on that side, including a wave output, so you can wave generate with it. Yeah, so really neat for that kind of stuff. Although the only main deficit of it is it's just got this tiny screen, so it's like you can only do so much with this. It's like I want to point my camera at it so that I can have it. Oh, this one seems to be acting up. Oh, there we go. It's because I'm pulling on the menu. But yeah, real straightforward little thing. But yeah, very hard to read if you're unless you've got really great eyes. But cool device, and of course, very important for being able to test timings on boards and things. But I'm going to be using this increasingly, and as I put together my test rig, it's basically just going to be bolted in there, and available to test pins of various kinds. And I don't know how I'll set it up exactly just yet, but make it easy to just switch pins, kind of like a switchboard, maybe kind of like that. Just have a your standard breadboard set up there, and here are the pins, and have them labeled, and make it easy to swap them, or make it easier to alligator clip them. I don't know. It's hard to make them obvious, especially when you got a bunch. But the types of signals you'd want to check are typically your step direction enable signals with your steppers, mostly, and your signals for SPI and things like that. I don't know how much digital logic this can handle, but it's got it's upgradable, so it's possible it handles some. It could handle more. It could be made to handle all kinds of things, but I don't know. In the long run, it's probably better to get a proper, full-sized scope. But I like this. I just like these little portable things because you can take them around, use them in any environment. You don't have to lug a scope around. That can be a hassle. But yes, so of course, the other things that caught my eye this year were the new Mac systems. Finally, yeah, as I said, I was getting more into the ARM, with the Raspberry Pi 400 being an ARM system. Of course, all our boards are now being built around STM32 and other ARM processors. So I kind of like see ARM as being like, I don't know, it's just amazing. It's been around since the 80s, and yet it still continues to thrive because it's just a good idea, and it just continues to build. So yeah, the new M1 systems have been good. I thought that the first M1 might be enough to catch up and take over, supersede the Intel Mac Mini, which had been my previous workhorse. But turned out the Intel Mac Mini was still, as far as compiling code, it was beating it by several seconds. So it was like, the fans, get loud and it generates heat like crazy, but it definitely still beats it. So I've still been using M1s mainly because they're just, they have that low power, they're quiet, and I like the idea of not using too much electricity. And, yeah, so, but it was, you could only get the 38-inch So it was like, you know, okay, now I have to wait a whole year. So I got the 13-inch to have a luggable, and it was great, but the screen was definitely felt constrained and small. I'm a I'm a 16-inch screen junkie, I guess, because I like having the ability to put a couple windows side by side or just have a lot of, you know, space. So it was great when the new ones came along, but I had to wait a month for the thing to finally arrive. But it finally did, and that's it. It's been great. It's a great machine so far. The notch hasn't been a thing in any way. It's always, you know, the menu bar is always up there in most of the things I'm doing, and I don't typically full screen most of the time anyway. But if I did, that would be fine because, again, it doesn't get in the way. And with a 16-inch screen, it takes up a tiny proportion of that. It's like, you know, maybe I don't know, 1/20th of the width of the screen or something. It's really small. And then I just change the background to black so that the menu bar is always black, and it's just like whatever I'm doing, it just doesn't get in the way. And of course, that means the LEDs are off in that area, and so it's saving a little bit of energy. So I don't know, turn everything black. But yeah, it's running really well. And I've had it unplugged for a while today. It's down to 97%, so it's doing fine. It's just a beautiful machine, and really the architecture is exciting because, you know, how far can ARM go? How many cores do you need to add? You know, and then of course, you know, when it comes to building the software, can it build faster? So I'll do some comparisons building Marlin with the older Intel Mac, like probably an i7, like 4-core, something like that. I'll use the i9. I think the Mini has an i9 in it, but yeah, it's got 6 cores. I'll run the test on that. I'll try the M1 MacBook Pro and then also the M1 Pro MacBook Pro, and we'll see what the differences are. At this point, most of the tools I think are now native. There was a period when Python, for example, was still like running off Intel, and Ruby and a couple other things, at least the ones I was running, because I was using Mac ports. But they've caught up with us in the months since then, and most things are now running natively. So there's still a few things I'm waiting for. OpenSCAD, for example, I was hoping it would be like, you know, optimized, but it isn't. It isn't. It's still running under Rosetta, and it's as soon as you have any kind of complex like geometry, it just isn't great. So I'm still waiting for an M1 version of that. I've been trying downloading builds, but the last one I got wouldn't run. So there you are, stuck. So anywho, let's see where I'm at with my issue pile today. Let's see, I am looking at Marlin. I guess I'm done with that. Pull requests, yeah. So the new GitHub desktop has been pretty cool. They show you pull requests. It's been pretty nice. And the status. So anytime you're looking at something like your, for example, improvements, fixes, and new features. So it's downloaded. Now if I click on this part, it actually will show me, oh, is this not the right version? The latest version will show you like the, just leave version. Supposedly, if I click on this, it was supposed to show me the test results. It's not doing it now. It may have been a glitch. But it's supposed to show me the test results for things. Let's see, maybe there's something more recent that I can check. But yeah, it's supposed to show test results when I click on this part. But no. I don't know. Now it's being weird. Okay, well, it's one of the things that they seem to be on the verge of adding, but it might have been pulled for a temporarily in this version. But yeah, that's interesting of you. Well, anyway, so it's convenient. I can just open this up at, you know, any time of the day, see what's needing to be checked on, and decide whether I want to patch it up or whatever. Certain things. CR6SE, you know, this is one that has been long in the works, but it's been hard to kind of put it together. But I actually have now on Discord I'm in the CR6SE community firmware group, and there is a brand new one based on 2081, which isn't too far back. So there's a possibility I could, maybe utilize that as a way to get it working. Because the last build I tried from, I actually have this right here sitting next to me, and I tried doing a firmware install and it just bricked it. So I need to get a new one somewhere, because it'd be nice to have it to use. It's a solid machine, and but I've got some things I need to print, some grids and things for some electronics projects. But yeah, when was this? It came out. Oh, this is from June 4th. Is the most recent release listed here. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Here it is. So yeah, there's as I go through the pull requests, essentially I just want to get rid of, close as many as I can. It's not necessarily as quickly as I can because I don't want to be sloppy, but definitely ones that have been hanging around that I haven't checked for a while need to be reevaluated. Some of them are a little bit abandoned. Yeah, some of them probably aren't that important, which is why they kind of linger. So when I say I've got 3 pages of pull requests, it's kind of like a little exaggeration. It's not that bad. Like, do we need to be able to hide directories and files from within Marlin? Maybe. Maybe. We haven't needed that feature, but it's something that is suggested, and so it's there. It's one of the things. But CR6SE seems like an important one. Why don't we take a look at that and see what that entails, and maybe that'll bring up some of this interesting workflow stuff that I was hoping to showcase. So we'll go from there. So here it is, of course. This is the community firmware, looking beautiful. So much firmware. Okay, and there's the source, and here's the, yeah, so when was this from then? Is this actually from June? So yeah, if this is 2081. So I think this is maybe really very much similar to what I was already using as the basis already. But let's see if there's anything newer going on. So yeah, I mean, essentially this is just, if I could get these 198 commits in here with these other 593 commits, and there's probably some overlap, then that would probably do the trick. Are you there, Sabaz? Are you in the stream? So anyway, this has been lingering for a while because it's been a bit of a challenge. Part of it was that there's code changes that are not wrapped in if CR6SE then do this. They're just changes, and I'm not sure whether they belong there or whether they are things that could be configurable. So I got a little stuck on that. So let's take a look at what we got here. In the latest stuff, so it looks like here the latest commits was 10 days ago. Allow configurable screen orientation, fixing something, but still apparently not passing testing, but that might be an issue here where nothing passes testing. We can look at the commits that are involved, and you can see September 29, October 4, October 6. So it isn't too different. This is what I would typically do to try and make this work. I'll just give you an example. So here, let's say I wanted to just start over and try and get this merged with the latest. So first, let's get this code. So the easiest way to get it for me would be to use, let's see, it's CR6 Community Marlin. I believe if I could just go copy that. So I would say hello, mfadd : and then pick the branch that makes the most sense. So I guess it's I guess it's this one, EXTUI, maybe. This one is 600 behind, latest commit May 4th, EXTUI into EXTUI bug fix. Maybe this is newer. What do you think? If I view all branches, it'll show me basically the latest activity. So this one here, 10 days ago, 10 days ago. Yeah, okay, so we'll work off of EXTUI, even though it's still broken. Maybe it'll be easy to fix. And so I just name a branch, and I'll just call it BF2 to remind me it's bug fix 2, and we'll call it CR6SE, and we'll just say Sabaz. Sabaz! How many Z's? Oh, lots of Z's. All right, so let's get all the Z's in there. And I think that should do the right things. Yes. I had done this so many times that I had to make a script. Okay, so now I'm in the right branch. Here I am. So I pulled it down, and now we can see that, okay, it's got some interesting things going on. And then the latest thing that it's based on top of would be, so if you look back to the latest thing that maybe came from Marlin itself is probably this. And then there's a merge. So I might decide to take this SHA here and do a reset to that. Just say git reset, boom. Before I do, I might copy this just to remember the SHA that I was at. And now what I have is all the differences between that period of time and now, or what the current state is. It looks like over 200 file changes. So, you know, clearly there's some things going on there. So some of them are not too important. These can go away. Others, all the configs, I'm not too worried about the configs examples that go in there. But yeah, I think this is a lot of what I've been through before. I basically took all this stuff and just got rid of it and ignored it. But I had to be careful because there might be new options added in the configs, but I think they would be in the regular ones. So let's just discard these. We'll discard these changes. Next we have, you know, scripts. So, you know, these are scripts for their own purposes. I'm not going to be using them. Again, discard. The README pertains to their branch, discard. So again, pins. Some pins have been altered, some interesting ways. So I may hold on to those. So yeah, so this is typically what I do, is just find all the bits that pertain, and then I would maybe take the config and boot screen, put them in a separate spot for later. Like let's just move these. Let's move them all under there just for now. And yeah, what else? Let's see. This is where things get weird. All these DGUS things get moved and renamed, and it's like, did you do that or did I do that? Where did this come from? And how much overlap? And if I rename them back to their old name, is it going to look like there were changes, or was it just going to look like a rename? What's going on? Help me. But you can see, for example, Origin, MKS, Hyper-C, all these got removed. And I think those belong. Those don't need to be removed in this case, because there's no harm in having them. And then these higher level ones, like again, they're removed. So, I mean, probably fine for this DGUS creality stuff. So look, it looks like it's an addition. The other stuff that's removed is not really so much removed because the other things need it. So I would say discard those changes. Boom. And here we are again. And I think this is very similar to where I was at before. So again, certain things, you know, is this indentation change needed? Maybe. I'll have to look at it. Apparently not much going on there. It's just that and then some indentation. So really, I could remove all changes here and just apply this, and that would be that. Like 560, line 566. Line 566 it is. Yeah, this one. Right, that would be the only real change there. But why? I don't know. Again, I have to evaluate them all individually. M600 purge more resumable. That's a thing that was added, apparently. Oops, this is configurations. Let's put that away. And yeah, I guess, yeah, it's something which is set to 1 or not. So that's fine. Just need to check. But yeah, this is close. So what I would then do after I've merged all this here, decided what to do with it. Let's discard that. Discard that. Right. So some new board was added here. It looks like Crowdy 425 board was added as part of this. So that's one of the things that I might just be able to do ahead of time. I can just get this one bit out. The Crowdy 425 board, and that's it. See where it's mentioned. There, of course, in pins. And then, of course, the file itself is added and it opens up. I guess it's a mod of 4210, and then 4210 probably has, yeah, some things changed. Yes, please. That's a nice addition. Thanks, GitHub. And then some other things I might do, like open this up and clean it. And typically now I just use this, I have a thing called pins format, and it's a JS script that runs in Node and just quickly formats the script for me so that everything lines up. Or formats the file there. That's fine. I could do the same with 425. Maybe that would look better. I don't know what's going on with that. Okay. It doesn't know how to format it, looks like, so it just leaves it alone. You have to have a few examples of pins before to figure out, oh, this is this type of pins file. But I could change that. It counts up to like 10 or something. Maybe it's 5. I don't know. But yeah, and these other ones, they could probably accept these changes here as well, if not defined. SDIO retries. Sure, that's fine. Yeah, whatever that is. Whatever that's all about. Usually LED pin is defined by the platform, I would think, right? Let's see. Yeah, put that away. Don't need that change. And then they're using, let's see, yeah, so they're adding DWin Creality. That's basically what's going on here. So it's, which makes sense. It's sort of like, I would almost want to call it DWin Creality Touch or something, but because it is, DWin Creality is already assumed by, well, it's basically, is it DWin or Digus? I just looked at it and it says dgus, but here it says dwin. Okay. Somebody messed up. That's all right. It's a small mess up. Let's see. All right. Let's see. So the things I wanted to keep were like I'd keep that for 425. We'll just, and what I'll do is, as I find each thing that I'm going to keep, I'll just mark it with its own commit. And then once I'll merge some of them ahead of any of this, so that I can just have whatever's left over will just be what's pertinent to this. So, for example, I already have, I think, the new boards. So let's just say Creality 425, and I guess that's going to be a, I don't know what you call it, a new feature, I guess. So we'll use that icon. Board. There you go. Congratulations. And let's set these aside for the time being. Oh, I may need to compare these to the default configs. Another thing I would typically do. So again, here, apparently there is some kind of NeoPixel that is supported by HAL STM32F1 for this particular case. Maybe. At least that's what they assume in their thing, so maybe I'll keep that. But again, conditionals, this would go with things. So yeah, so one of the things that this adds is the dgus LCD UI, Creality Touch, blah, blah, blah. So what I will do is, yeah, I guess I'll grab these changes too. Why not? Oh yeah, and they're on 209.01, so actually that's good. So that means that it's an even more recent version to compare with. It's not 208 whatever something. Right, open this baby, and yeah. Oh, is everything 2091? Is that what's going on? Oh, I guess it's it's 2091 is the time period we're dealing with right now. I think that's what I wanted to do. Let's see. Yes, configurations. Where'd it go? This thing needs a little search box at the top of this right here, so I can do finding things that I need to find when I need to find them. But yeah, let's go back to this. Where were I? Did that do it? Did that do the trick? Or is it just the same? Let's see. And, boring myself. Let's see. Oh, this one's got. Oh, this has got that like weird Unicode thing. That was a thing. Well, anyway, let's do this. Cleaning up. La la la. Make it pretty. Dwin Creality. I'm not seeing this Dwin Creality though. That's the weird thing. It mentions it. Yeah, like there's nothing. So I think it must be referring to extui dgus Creality, so that's just weird. Thing is, if it's wrong, it doesn't have any harm. It just means that it will be neither ignored nor not ignored, and therefore not ignored. So, okay, that's fine. So that's what you meant. I'll take it. Let's grab these bits. I'll just put them in there. So, yeah, let's find that as well. Where is it defined anyway? It should have been in here, but I didn't accidentally like destroy that somehow, did I? No. Because that's always recoverable anyway. You can do a diff or whatever. So let's just do this, put these away for now. If not defined, then define. Interesting. 485. Well, that makes no sense. Unless it does. Oh, yeah, it does, because it's a setting of some kind, right? It must go with that thing. It must go with that other thing that I can't find now. We'll find it. We'll find it. We'll bring it back. All right. So again, yeah, this more conditionals post stuff. I don't know what's going on in line 3501. Just trying to confuse me with your confusing spacing. All right, let's see. Right. This gets a little confusing here. What is this? I just find it a little confusing if you just leave these out in the open. And this, or this, and this. Do you mean or this? Or do you mean, does it mean this? Does it just mean, see, it's confusing. Like, would this be the same as that? Like, what's the order of operations on that? You're confusing me. But it looks like it's already there. It's mentioned twice, which is funny. So I'm assuming that the idea is it's like, if either this, if this is always the case in this case, and either that or both of that, and then those can go in parentheses like this. I think that's what's meant here. That would seem to me the thing that makes the most sense. But it doesn't always mean a thing. Okay, so good. Thank you. So let's see, or any. If use beeper or any, that seems silly. Where does it say that? Just if any, man. I guess it was already pretty bad. Let's see. And then has probe setting. Okay, so these are new things. Any, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It's interesting. Not really sure what the exact right condition for that will be, but it'll come clear. It'll become clear. So okay, then we have this where we're checking things, and then there's also a sanity check. A lot of these spacing changes look completely meaningless. Like a lot of them are just spacing weirdness. Like why that? Why that? Just to mess with me, man. All right, 2748. Here we are. As long as we're doing that, we'll do that. That's cool there, although I don't know why that's like that. All right. Sure. Gotcha. And I think all the rest of these are spurious. They're just spacing weirdness. Like none of them matter. None of them matter. Okay, yeah, so the only thing that matters here is this, where it's doing the count of the thing, and then whether you need a serial port, etc., etc. The rest of this is meaningless. Okay, so we'll just call this cr6se config stuff. We'll change some things. I use this, if you're wondering why I use GitHub Desktop for this sort of stuff, it's just convenient in being able to do both, sort of like managing the GitHub connection, and then also just for diffs, it's pretty straightforward for dealing with cherry picking. There are probably other tools that are like have nicer interfaces, or they typically have 2 columns and the little arrow that says do this, do that. This works out pretty fine because typically most of the types of things you're doing is just cherry picking. But when it comes to like conflict resolution, yeah, then I would use well, I usually do my conflict resolution manually also, because it's like just picking this block or that block is almost always that's what you want to do, but there's enough cases where that's not what you want to do that it's better to just be in there with your editor going, It gives you more time to like contemplate whether you really want to make that change or not. So again, like I'm not sure why all this stuff ended up getting de-indented. That's just annoying. What I could do is, like here I can tell it to ignore white space changes, so at least there's that. Okay, so there's that. This is a new thing that they've added, so that helps a lot. So what is the new change here? Like you can see some changes. There's a skip second thing in the probe tear, so I don't know what that's about. I guess there's I guess that means it doesn't do the second bump or something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But the things I would keep, like this is kind of the thing, is like if I wanted to cherry pick these, I can't. I have to say, oh no, I have to hide the white space, or I have to show the white space before I can do that. So if I want to keep just these and get rid of the rest, it's annoying. But it looks like I could probably get away with a lot of it. Like this one here, validate homing move, it does it before set probing paused, so whatever, that's simple enough to change. The only other change is this one, so we'll say that's at line 1549 and line 1581 are the places where changes are happening. Just remember those line numbers, 1549, 1581. And hopefully the one at 1581 won't be hard to remember. It was just moving this before that. That was it. That was all the changes. So what's the difference here? If final approach, do it, otherwise don't. Well, that's interesting. So it's either positive or negative. Okay. Curious. So again, this is kind of like, why are these changes required for this particular printer, and how can they be set up so that they're more like options you can enable that might pertain to any printer, It's got to be generalized in some way. You can't make every version of Marlin have its own blobs of code scattered around. It's just not cool. And then you see I've got this turned on because I want to see trailing white space. And also I have a filter that removes it. And yeah, if has probed, return false. And yeah, so that's fine. They can all glom together. They're pretty clear. Okay, what else? What else is up with this one? This one, line 92. Just needs a little indentation. Okay, probe settings. kind of getting, that's something that's going to be done. It's like settings that are going to be sort of a standard thing. Also, editable values. So if you want to be able to edit some value in the menus, you define it as an editable value, and then it gets a bunch of, then you just have to just make it work in the way that editable values are supposed to work. It'll be like return a value, increment, decrement, or add, or whatever, and it'll just have some kind of standard interface for that kind of thing. Because currently, interesting, do pause. I guess do pause is already taken care of there, so we can just do that. Yeah. Just checking on little things like that. This is why I get paid the big bucks, baby. Let's see. Preheat before probing, I don't know why that's removed. I guess, again, this is, I'm assuming this is all intentional and built on the version that, the starting point that I went to when I did a reset. But there may have been other changes that are missing. No. Resync hit on purpose. Like, why that in particular? You know, are these important changes for tearing? Maybe. They might be. Probe tear state equals low, high, low. What's wrong with not probe tear state? What's wrong with that? High and low are just 1 and 0 after all. Well, for some reason it's been chosen. It is the chosen way. Someone thinks that the other way must be broken, which I don't think it is. Echoline. Well, of course we don't do that. We use Echoline PGM with a string, just because. And that would be a debug line anyway, I would think. Right? Yeah. I'm just going to mark that as a debug line for now. Anything else? It's interesting. It's interesting stuff. Probe.preheat for probing. Oh, maybe that's not needed because we are in probe. Yeah, we don't need that. Anything else that says probe.probe? Oh well, this is probe. You want to refer to the external object that you are. There. It's little things, little things. All right, so some of these are probably I'm sure some of these have already been patched in 209, 2, and 3, and whatever current version is. I guess I kind of call it 3, but it's not quite there yet. All right, let's see. Probe settings. No, all this stuff is new, so we'll just kind of like set this aside. Probe settings, please. If we don't have probe settings, we have to write a placeholder. There's sort of this whole thing about doing placeholders in the EEPROM, but it's kind of gone by the wayside. The idea was that, you know, you could always do a new Marlin version and the EEPROM data would remain valid no matter how many times you updated, because there would be a placeholder waiting. But you know, there's just too many features now for that. But one of the things that we do want is for all the stuff that's in here, if possible, to be set by a G-code, so that if you want to save and restore the EEPROM, you just print out the G-code that represents all the stuff in EEPROM, and then you just play it back and you get back all your values. But there's been some skimping here, like this Digas LCD stuff. Like it's a controller, so it needs an EEPROM. You know, it needs to borrow part of the EEPROM. So again, that's kind of one of the reasons I hope to consolidate features to have things like I write to EEPROM and here's what I write to EEPROM, and just have each feature deal with that rather than having settings CPP have to know that this obscure LCD somewhere buried in the LCD folder has this data, these particular 4 fields with these names and this size, and it's just it's not good. But it's one of those things that just get around to after the pull requests are done. So as soon as they're done, we'll get to that. Let's see what else is here. Probe settings. We're writing a 1, and I guess if we don't, we're not. Well, okay, if we don't have probe settings, we're making a fake one. Right, so probe.settings or probe settings placeholder. And again, but I guess the type is defined, so okay, fine. Where is it defined? It's defined in probe.h, and apparently always, oh look, there's another one of those spaces. Struct for heat hot end temp. I would almost go for Celsius here, just because it's the type we use now, and it is just in 16. Just make it clear that it's temperature. So many details, right? Who can keep track of them all? Temperature.h, let's see. One of the things I've been doing is not using turn in headers because it confuses the syntax parsers of like IntelliSense or whatever in VS Code and other places. Line 201, so here we'll just say if enabled. Most places I don't mind like using turn. It's because it's cool. It's kind of cool. It's one of the cooler macros that I've ever invented. I was surprised it was possible, to be frank. I didn't think it would be possible to do that. But it turned out, yeah. Of course, why not? You know, you just had to figure out some way to get a blob to, well, turns out that things inside of braces and whatever, parentheses and brackets, well, not brackets, but maybe brackets, are taken as a unit inside of macros, so you can do clever things that you wouldn't expect to be able to do. So here again, it's suicide pin inverting is already there, so we don't need to redundantly do it more than once. And also suicide pin is here already, so again, why more than once? LED control pin is based on case light pin. It would, I don't know. What do you think? Maybe just make them both 13, and rather than assuming that case light pin, you must mean the LED control pin, because I think they're 2 different functions, aren't they? No, I guess not. LED control pin isn't a thing, so we'll just use case light pin. And SDSS, and yeah, no E2 end, thank you. I'm surprised it's still in there. Oh, I'm sure that's already gone. No. Yes. Do I care? Sure. No, it's the same as in this case. Okay, so yeah, so I'm sure these are All right, so far the customizations are weird. I don't know how this keeps happening. They must have detabbed and then retabbed or something using 4-space. I know people like 4-space tabs, but you quickly run out of room on the on the side of the screen. We can have a debate about that sometime. What about spaces versus tabs? Okay, yeah, so that's all that would be right there. And then, see, this is forcing me to like look at the details. Probe switch activated. Yes, you don't need Marlin dev mode for that. What else? Reset, auto reset. Apparently there's an auto reset of the firmware retraction. Why does it do it? When does it do it? I don't know. I would think again, trailing spaces. People. Let's see, so again, why is that there? It's there because it is, but it's not actually a feature in this config. Again, you know what I'm going to do actually is save where I'm at. First I'll save these bits. Call it CR6SE. Customizations. And then I'll just mark this as more. And then I will just quickly do a diff. Of this to the other thing. So yeah. Git diff head thing, and then I'm going to do a apply. This is a good trick that I like to do. It's I just want to see the differences. So yep, it lets me actually just go back to GitHub desktop and carry on, and not have to open up another app. But I only wanted to look at this one thing, which was the base configs, which is whether they have any changes, which they might not actually. Now that I think about it, it makes sense that they probably don't, or they may not. But these other ones may, and what we're looking for, and specifically before was this one. Yeah, so there it is. It's in all these. So let's just pick one. I don't know. CR6 with stock Creality board or whatever. Well, I guess there's a lot of different ones here. I may move all these configs into that folder just so that they'll be there. Maybe. Yeah, I think I will. I'll keep all these. I'm gonna keep them. So let's do that. Keep everything in the config folder. Oh yeah, including these. Sure, why not? I'll eventually move these to the configurations repository anyway. And then Soval. What do you have to do with anything? Must be related in some way. Okay, so anywho, configs, examples, I guess. I'll update them all cleverly somehow after I've done everything else. Okay, so then I throw away all the rest of this stuff, discard all. And I'm back to where I was, except, well, not really. At this point I have it set up so I can use Sublime for my git diffing. So when I do a rebase, I can just do this. Config examples. So let's put those there and fix that up. And then customizations that I'm keeping. so far, and then more. Okay, good. Yeah, so let's simply undo. We're back to where we were. No commit, but ready to commit more. So some of the other things that we need are, yes, this whole Digas Creality folder. So let's add that right now. Boom. And I'm just going to do this Digas Creality touch screen. There. Let's see what these other things that are related to it were. So yeah, the rest of them are getting, apparently there's some extension to EXTUI going on here. Mesh validation starting and mesh validation finished. And I don't know what this is about, but maybe it's related. New EXTUI methods. And I guess this other bit here can go with the other one, but also, yeah, so this is that. So actually I would also, so here, this is where, again, the details come into play. Boring details. Digas Creality. Yeah, so here we're saying not just this one, but we're also not having Digas Creality LCD.cpp. Right? Yes. And then, but here we are. That's just one less thing that'll compile or not compile. Because if it can be filtered ahead of compiling at all, it's best, I guess. And look at all this. Let's just fix all these trailing spaces now. It's good to know your regular expressions, kids. Because you can delete 90 sets of trailing white spaces across 50 files. Oops, I might have done too much. Okay, well, let's fix those configs. Oops. Mostly there, I guess. Okay, where are we at here? What is the change in this file that's so fancy? Let's take a look. Well, those don't need to be indented like that. Okay, so I guess C. That's what gets added to this. Probe settings gets a C. So that's interesting. New command for probes, apparently. We'll see what that's about shortly. Okay, so this is interesting. Okay, a bunch of these. Which I'm going to actually just clean up a little either. Across 23 files, and again, they're mostly the configuration files. We're not going to be able to get away from this. Always fixing the configuration files. Yeah. More of those. All right. Where are we at? Right. So I guess I would count this as part of the config or whatever, but I'll just put this as build options or whatever. Build, I don't know. Meh. I kind of do want to keep this as a separate commit, so let's just call this build duff. Meanwhile, yeah, so we don't care about that. There's some other pins changes which are interesting. The SDIO clock change is interesting. You know, should that apply to all 4.5 Crowdy 4.5 boards, or I don't know. Number of retries. What are these J1 pin, J2? I believe yeah, so there they are. They do exist. They do something. I don't know what they do. They are mentioned. Oh, PJ1 pin. PJ1 pin. That's different. That's different. Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that's about. I have no idea. How's everybody doing in the live stream channel today? All right, let's see. Let me close that. It's a bit of a mess, but that's what you have to deal with. All right, so I'm just gonna clean up the, okay, yeah, that's the white space stuff from the Degas. And I still haven't added that bit yet because I haven't looked at it too closely, but we'll just go Degas touch, and I'll merge all those together shortly. But yeah, so then this, I guess, goes with it. Yeah, also. Trying to be too speedy here. Can you follow? Can you follow what I'm doing? Premature formatting considered evil? Maybe. Uh-huh. Okay, yeah, XTUI stuff. So much good XTUI stuff. When this happens, when that happens. Okay, yep. And yeah, I like to make a little space at the end. And anything else? It's just looking over the formatting real quick is just the first stage, just to make sure everything's fairly clean. And then else. Okay. Right. I want to get out and do more of this live streaming more often. Put myself out there and you know, try and be a little more out there and, you know, show that I exist. I'm thinking a lot about this last couple of weeks have been rather sad. So we lost a good friend in the community suddenly, unexpectedly, and just makes me feel lucky to be here, to be able to take a breath every day. Okay, and this is a new probe config menu, I guess. So you can do things like configure your probe. Interesting. Okay, well, that is interesting. So that at least is something I can separate into a separate config, a separate commit. And I'll just, I don't know, I guess it's close enough. You don't need to have a label on the end of that. Interesting. Okay, start configuration, etc., etc. Okay, we're good. The back item should really automatically pick up the title of whatever the previous menu was, but eventually, someday. And then there's the tear probe. Interesting. Okay, well, I'll just put this down as menu tweaks. What do I call it? Menu. Oh, there's a thing called tear probe, and oh, it just calls probe tear. Interesting. You don't necessarily need to do it that way. We don't necessarily need to do it that way. And the good thing about that is that only this one place needs to know that there's something called probe dot something. But if it's only being used once, and this is probably probe is here too, and probe is already being referenced here, so I feel like, yeah, I don't really need. You can just do this. Lambda probe tear, and leave it at that. Tear probe, where are you? There. All right, that's fine. That's fine. And then there's this bit. Yeah, sure. Menu CPP. I guess that doesn't really need to be done because I just took out that bit. So there. Menu config retract. Interesting. I'm surprised we haven't had that. Yeah, I see. So this is being changed to back because it's now more general. It could be coming from somewhere else. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Let me see. Where's config retract? Yeah, I guess it is called from two places. It's called from menu configuration, yes, but also it's called from. No, it's just menu configuration, right? No, wait, here. And also from menu tune, so yeah. So the back item is being fixed. That's actually a fix right there, pretty much. Okay, so yeah, so we'll just say menu, CR6SE menu stuff. I would never have associated Sanjay with Jim Croce necessarily, but why not? If I could keep time in a bottle, But yeah, Sanjay is the reason that I have a tool changer here that is waiting for me to put an octopus board in it and write a big old Marlin config and actually demo that with silent steppers one of these days. I think that would be nice. But yeah, it's taken me a while. And so in honor of Sanjay, I'll get that done eventually. Get that done real soon. But yeah, that's one of the things. He was one of the people who believed in my mission, actually to put his to put that out there and donate something really useful, and it definitely has been, especially in playing with RepRap firmware and getting used to that. So much to it. Right, so where we got C100. Okay, so something called C100, part of Creality Touch. Interesting. Interesting. I have to make a note about what these are here, because yeah, they seem funny to me. First thing is first, they are yeah, let's see. Okay, so let's put that up there. Yeah, I always thought I would see Sanjay do great things for many, many, many moons to come, and you know, end up on the lecture circuit or something, because yeah, he's just such a charming guy. Um, but yeah, these times are hard on everyone. It's hard to maintain a veneer of normalcy in times like these. Wait for the display to come back. Give it a whole second. I wonder if there'd be a way to do this where you don't have to wait a whole second. You could say, I could call this delay and have it do a callback during the delay. And as long as the thing comes back, okay, what do we got here? XTUI. So we're in source G code, so got to go up 2 levels. Yeah, I guess that's where these are going. Weird. Okay. Scene val and value bool. Makes sense, makes sense. Well, I mean, if it's false by default, then it'll skip it if it's not there. So I guess I'll just say bool val. I feel safe with that. I feel good about that. And then here, yeah, it's using byte, so that's good. I think that works. Screens with a number on it. Okay, so C100 seems to know, is a command that the Creality Touch sends to Marlin. So I'm going to just make a note of that. I think it's this go to screen command, something like that. That's what it looks like to me. The line that launches the nukes, yeah. Yep, I gotta watch out for that one. Don't touch that line. And C001, again, that's another funky one. And this is a part of the probe settings, so customarily we do this anyway, even though it's a short file. Put that up there. And let's see what's going on with this. Probe settings, turn heaters off equals that equals that, equals that, equals that. Yeah, okay, makes sense to me. It's fine. It's a fine looking command. This level of Marlin is nice to deal with. It's I don't have to rack my brain too hard. It's when you look into the planner that things get weird. Okay, so 1137. So this is again, this is the type of stuff that most of what we're dealing with is this kind of thing. It's like some new display or some new board or some new machine, or a combination of all of the above, and they all need support. And yeah, so why are these changed? I don't really know. They look similar. Filament change, slow load length is slow load length. Purge length is something new. Apparently a P instead of an L. Oh no, there's a P option now. Oh, okay, so I see what's going on. There's a new P option being added here for the purge length on M701 or 702, one of them. Well, anyway, I'm assuming it's 701 because it's at the top. It's close to the top. Yeah, so interesting. M701 purge. Give me a length. Any length. Apparently it'll take any length. Scene val is best because you never know, it might just be P0, and that would be, it could still be P0, but whatever. Right, what else? Optarg, I don't really want to do that. Right. I guess I could, but whatever. All right, so these are more I guess I'd call these all, kind of collab them together and call them G-code changes for this thing. Some of them belong to probing heaters off, though. That's interesting. I don't know if I don't necessarily want to glom those together. I guess I'm just going to call this some like Degas G-code or something. Like, I don't know what to call it. G-code extended for CR6Z. G26. Look at it, it's getting fancy. I mean, we shouldn't be changing G26, I don't think. I mean, why? Oh, it looks to me like it's actually got, it's a bit of a regression. So maybe there's I guess there are some commits that are missing. So I could maybe pull in some other commits, but whatever for now. Yeah, I think some of this is just, it is what it is. So, okay, we're down to a manageable number here. Okay, so what happens in stopwatch is it's doing some kind of firmware retract auto reset stuff. So I'm just going to add that as a new thing, every mention of that, and get that out of the way. I have no idea what that's about. Right. All right, did all the UI API stuff get changed as well? It likes me my formatting. All right, and what is that? Line 140. Defining two functions on one line. Get and set. Okay. Busy state equals busy state. G-code sweep busy state. Well, I would actually say instead of G-code sweep busy state. Damn it. It's going to just be gcode dot busy state. I think. Am I right? Yeah, sure I'm right. Why wouldn't I be right? The other ones I can leave, that's fine. That's fine. I'm going to do that though. Okay. Okay. Where were I? Right. So I'll collect together the UI API stuff that was changed. And again, this is not sure why it's in there, but it is. Line 1163 is getting a buzz. Which I'm not sure why it's here, but all the places where it's defined include, well, includes a lot of places, but mainly here. Use beeper, it ends up being defined, but has buzzer. Okay, well, we'll figure that out sometime later. Meanwhile, this is the kind of thing that's, you know, when I say sometime later, it's going to be another pull request sitting there. Oh well, I guess it's just going to be waiting. But, so, okay, these are our, before I do my retract auto reset stuff. Yeah, you can see that, right? Right. Anything? All right, call this XTUI stuff. Marlin UI stuff. Let's see, line 1680. What's this all about? Sure. I'm not sure what about this is all about here. Clear the queue and stop the print job timer in abort print. The thing is, we abort soon, and then we want this stuff to happen later. I don't know. I'm trying to wrangle these types of behaviors and provide standardized methods, but they are not necessarily being picked up by all the LCD implementations yet. Example LCD, yeah, so what's the white space changes? Yeah, that's what I thought. Discard. Okay, right. Where are we at with this? Serial. Okay. Both or both. I think that can be reduced a little. More caffeine. Clearly needed here. Where are we at? Where are we at? Been at this for about coming on 2 hours. Well, hour and a half, we'll say. And I'm basically at this point kind of going through one very complex pull request, and not running into a lot of fun things to do here. But I'll get to that shortly. I was hoping this would be quicker, but it's just me. So enabled and either. Yeah. Okay. What else? All right, so this is just serial changes for your success C. And the same here, we've got serial changes, serial changes, serial changes. Then we've got, what was that? Yes, I did an undo and then a commit, and that did what I wanted. Sometimes it does what you want. All right, and then we've got this weird parser stuff. Oh yeah, okay, so the parser stuff, right. Right. That'll get merged in with the other stuff. This is interesting. I mean, that's not really, that's sort of changed because that's added a new condition, purge more resumable. And then there's that purge length on M701. I guess I'll just add that here. M701, because that's like a unique, separate thing. Apparently very easy to do. It's so easy to add a new parameter when you want to. Shorter, more concise strings are generally better. Not too concise as to be unclear, but and of course, you know, show, don't tell. Parser seen you. Has it seen you? I'm going to have to go with bool val u true. Should do the trick. And also, yeah. If enabled. Again, I just don't like to do declarations inside of turn if I can help it. That way at least it'll be seen. Because what ends up happening is it doesn't get seen by the parser thingy. You're hovering over some symbol, this one here, later on, and it says, I don't see any definition. It was never declared. Or right. Okay, what do we got? What else we got? The planner is staring back into my soul at this point. It's true. So like all these things that are G26 dot prime flag. What is that? G26 prime flag. Right. like, do I want to go through this and figure out whether changes are pertinent or not, or do I want to try and merge stuff in and then compare later? I mean, it's a hard trick. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set this aside as its own set of changes. At least one or two of them is probably related to the new flags that have been added. So I got to figure out which ones they are and then isolate those. But things like, well, I can do things like this. I can say get rid of this and replace it with this. I can clean up all that kind of stuff. G26 keep heaters on. No, you will G26 dot keep heaters on. Still looking like a lot of stuff. Dot in temp, sure. Prime flag, let's get rid of that. Huh, okay. Apparently G26 dot prime nozzle. Not sure if it belongs on there, but it must, right? I can't have an existing bug like that. Again, this is old. This is still a bit old. G26 underscore nozzle. Turn on heaters is G26 turn on heaters now. Interesting. Prime length. There we are. Anything else that looks G26 bed temp? Who needs it? Right. All these up here clearly are, they don't belong there. It's all part of a structure now. Yeah, it's hard to tell what's going on here. Extensible UI stuff is stuffed in here somehow, and that's been changed, and that's been changed, and Hilbert curve is gone. So apparently the Hilbert curve stuff is probably, if I can find that commit, that's probably got, I can bring that in. Retraction multiplier, G26 dot retraction multiplier. That's interesting. I don't know if that really belongs, but again, I'll compare and we'll see. Yeah, it's not pretty. Right, like here, what is that, line 333? I think it's like optarg. Optarg. Boom. All right. Could clean up syntax all day. But let's put this away as G26 changes to be checked. G29, what would, okay, so this has the probing heaters off stuff, some other additional on-mesh leveling start. Yeah, so I feel like I've seen some of this before, like these here. Boop. Okay, well. Yeah, so this will be a fairly regular thing, so it's not like any revelations are going to come out of this particular live stream here. Just getting comfortable with the general approach. There's a couple of live streams I've been watching that I had been watching. There was Jonathan Blow had been working on a new game engine. That was pretty interesting. And then there's a no OS that's being worked on, Serenity OS, I think, or something like that, that is constantly being worked on, and the author is always tweaking things, and that's kind of fun to tune into. Because you just kind of watch the evolution of this OS as it's happening. Both is just a little extra handy thing. Does the extra checking to make sure there's just 2 items and no more or less. Or fewer. And then here we have this. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't like it. End of what? That actually works just fine. Bool value true. If there's no U, it's true. If there is a U, it's either true or false based on what's next to the U. And there we go. Boogie. So what is this all about anyway? I'm keeping it, but I don't know if it matters. 902. I'm treating it with such care. I'm like taking in this baby bird and I'm feeding it and bringing it back to life. And as I look at it, I'm like, maybe I don't care about this baby bird. Right, what do we got? Probe settings, stabilize, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Looks fairly clean. Right. And then there used to be this full report to host feature, set and report Gerbil state. So that looks like something that just got lost. So I want to put that back. Like right after report current position. Just put it back. Put it back. And then what's this? Oh yeah, that's something I just fixed. Okay, so we're gonna say bilinear mesh leveling start. I see. That's fine. I suppose. Oh, I see it's there already, but it got moved. Interesting. Okay, so it's, yeah, that makes sense. Actually, some of this stuff is, you know, definitely going to be worth keeping. Looks like it's actually an actual bug fix there. So very minor thing, just notifying the display at the right time that mesh leveling has started. It shouldn't necessarily matter down here. I don't know. Do it where you want, I suppose. Then this zig thing here, like that's, we're trying to end at the back right corner, so it always starts at the, depending on the size of the, yeah. So that's just one of those things. Okay, so we'll just say G29 changes R6SC, yeah, for G29. Now this, again, it's only if there's an auto reset, I guess. It's changing the way that that behaves. It's giving us this. And I want to see more space. Okay, that's fine. Interesting though. Auto retract. Auto retract enable. Okay, that's just there. Gotcha. Okay, so there's something going on with this firmware retract auto reset. I don't know if I need to just put that in. And it is mentioned in a couple places. It's mentioned there. I think that's it. Okay, fine. And it's probably, oh, it's in those configs as well. That's the other thing I have to do is copy at least one of the configs over and gather any new options. So we got that one there, and then we got this one, and we'll just cover the copy it over that. And this is why I'd use GitHub Desktop for this kind of stuff. It's just simple to come over and see, okay, what do I want to keep? What's new here? Like baud rate, that shouldn't be needed. That's already up here. So certain things I can say, okay, well, what did they add? I know there's some new display added down here somewhere. There it is. Boom, orientation. They're also using the stock display, which I think is interesting. I don't know why they have both. Oh, I see. It's just that's what's selected for this particular config. Okay, so the rest of this stuff, that's not new. It's not new. It's not new. It's not new. So I don't care. Only things that would be new, stick out like a sore thumb, is what I care about. So as I scroll through this, I can quickly see like most of this is just edits, edits, edits. That's old. That's been there before. So now there's like some probe tear stuff. So maybe I'll keep this here. And come back and check it after I've done the rest. And as I go through, I see yeah, everything looks pretty, like that's obviously already there. Baud rate, it's repeated, and then that's that. Okay, and then this one, let's see what it has in it. That is new. Only new. Case-Light Max PWM? No. No, not seeing much new stuff here. None so far. Z after deactivate, that's not new. Let's see, there was that, well, we'll see those options if they show up. What were they? There was that auto firmware retract auto reset or whatever. That should be here somewhere. Maybe. Okay. Right, those pins are moved. Keep the games. LCD language, watchdog duration, block buffer size. Okay, here's where we get firmware retract, right? There must be something new here, right? Firmware retract auto reset, there it is. So I'm going to quickly mark that. Everything else looks like it's just an edit. But this auto reset, this is new. This is new. Okay, so I'll just mark that one line. I think it's the only thing probably after everything I've been looking through. There might be one more option. What do you think? Oh, all this cleaning up. Let's see, laser stuff, right? M114. Direct pin. Okay, I guess, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. New config options. All right, now I can throw the rest away. Let's take another look at what I just did. So just these. Line 1205, we got tear time, tear delay, tear state. There's a new thing called probe once, apparently. Probe tear buzz, probe tear menu. Those are new. And then something called probe once. Okay. Well, for now, I'm just going to disable all three of them. And the same with this new OEM touchscreen. AD when display with touch. There. And then this new auto reset thing, which is the normal behavior, so I mean, isn't it? Okay, maybe it does some other things. So for now, I guess I'll just disable it. Again, new options are disabled by default. And we'll come back to all these later. Now, what do we got here? We've got some other new things, some tweaks. Print has paused. Interesting. Is that added to the language somewhere? No. Be nice. Let's go to line 293. Might be time for some more coffee soon. Tear probe. Generally speaking, the probe tearing has been set up to do it automatically now, so I don't know if it's needed at this point. I mean, I think it just hangs the probe, you know, it just checks the probe's condition when it knows that it's not touching anything, and that is considered the tear. As far as I know. Okay, so other pins. Pause, title change, and again, this is maybe related to M701. G28 probing heaters off stuff. And I think there was something else about that. No, just there. Okay, G28 changes with changes off. I don't know if that's all needed, but we'll see. Where do these messages come in? Well, my friend, they come in here in the new probe tear menu, which I guess maybe all these can be part of the menu changes, I guess. I don't know. Nozzle parked is supposed to say nozzle parked. I don't know why it's being changed to something completely weird. I don't know. I don't know where you're getting this. I don't know where you're getting this crap from. Is reload. I'm not liking this, but I'll keep it for now while I evaluate and merge the other stuff. That wasn't so hard. Let's rebase it again. So look at all these things. Let's merge some of these things. That's configs. That says Digas touch. Right, configs. I assume I can do that. Okay, good. So I brought those together. Actually, you've got the ability now to just do that in here too. So I never have to leave GitHub Desktop if I don't wanna. All right, customizations. How many? Oh, so many. All right, so there's the Creality touchscreen itself. So we'll just put that here. Yeah, sure. No problem. Yeah, all this config stuff. So many configs. Reviewing configs. README. We don't care about the README. Surely we don't care about the README. Build stuff, I guess that comes here. Then there's new exty methods, menu items, G-code extended. Right, more exty. I think that goes here. Where are we at? Other pins. Sometimes it's just helpful to move these things out of the way. Just put this up by the other pins here. Yeah, this pause thing, I don't know about that. I'm putting it up here with that. Customizations. other UI customizations. New config options. Let's put that up here with that. Or maybe there. That's better. All right, where are we at? Say last week I had a hard time sitting down to do this kind of stuff. Today I'm having fun. Having a thrill. It's a thrill ride today. I'm about to try and merge 2093 into this, or at least 208 or something. I don't know, something more recent. I don't know why I would use merge, but why not? Sometimes rebase, sometimes merge. It all depends on my mood, really. Okay, so yeah, so these are the new G-code changes. Then there's menu items. Other customizations, right. I will be coming back to these. Serial changes, I don't know what you call that. Customizations, I guess. It's affecting 4 of the HALs, but not others. I wonder. And they could all have this touch screen, I'm sure, at some point. Okay, M701, yeah, that's another G-code customization, I would call it. Yeah, oh, that's right, I was going to check all this G26 stuff, but not until after I had, probably it'll be part of the merge. It'll see what happens when I merge. I may take this and just put it into stash. Okay, so yeah. Now I bet once I get this all sorted, the next thing I do is I compare it with the last state that I had mine in, and that'll tell me some things. Let's go to line 621. Looks like those want to be outdented a little bit. Right. Fascinating. Right. Okay, so, yeah. Next, I do a lot of staring. I am doing a lot of staring, it's true. It's almost like I could rebase this on top. I mean, it says I've got 593, commits that I could pull down. I find that doubtful. Let's try the merge and just see what happens. Merge. Okay, it's going to be a lot of conflicts, but let's see how bad they are. What? Oh, there they are. That's, yeah, that's a fairly large number. I don't really want to deal with this number of conflicts, do I? Like, most of these are going to just be, you know, take what's in bug fix, but, like, yeah, the vast number of them is just going to be what's in bug fix, and yet it's still a hassle because like every one of these files. So what do you do when you have such a large number of conflicts? There's no way I could possibly deal with them. Well, actually there is. Let's see. First of all, abort mab, and then we'll see if there's a possibility of rebasing these. All right, let's just do it that way. Git rebase. Let's see what that says. I see. So better, but parts of these was based on 2.0. So like things I want to keep are, for example, since I'm rebasing, I want to keep the old thing rather than what's being replaced. So in this case, actually, I think I just want to keep all the stuff that's here because I don't want to merge in that particular. There's one particular thing, which is release version 2.0, which I should just skip. I can say grsk, git rebased skip, to skip that, and then actually the next one is version 201. I can skip that, skip that, skip that. Use different, I can skip that. Direct link to version configs. Let's show you what that is. That's just, again, it's the README is affected here. And it's not relevant. Fix out of order M0. So now we're getting into like, okay, something that maybe matters. What do we got? Oh, look at this big bunch of code. Fix out of order M0, etc., etc. Okay, well, for one thing, Q, not really something I care about much. So let's take it, let's accept it. First off, SD input state is something that exists. So I guess what I'm going to do is keep both. Okay. And is that it? Okay. So I can say rebase continue, which is a little shortcut that doesn't add, and git rebase dash dash continue. And now I've got 3 more, and they're all, again, if I look at the thing, it's version 204 release. I can skip that. Again, I didn't do I did a git diff, I think it was. Yeah, so again, cron, I can skip that. Moves free. Yeah, how long is this going to take? We'll see. How many commits do I have to deal with at this point? 593? I hope not. But let's assume that I can, let's see, echo program P, yeah, so we don't have pair P anymore. So I think that this ends up being fine the way it is. Baby step. So again, probably what's there is fine. Hot fix for baby stepping. I don't know. Maybe I'll keep it. That's the thing, is once I'm done with this, it'll be easy to tell what's out of place. Is that it? Nope, there's more. There's bound to be more. All right. Baby stepping hotfix, it says right there. Come on now, don't put me on a track of 593 things. Okay, this one I can skip. It's the 2041 again, 2042. Suppressed to morning. Maybe. What are we looking at here? Is this another restore tabs in makefile? Yep, so that fixes that, and that fixes that, and whatever. Continue. Ugh, is this not going to be 593 things? Fix card UF error. I feel like this is definitely going back a ways. This is the thing about rebase. Again, it's like, there is another way to do this, which would be to cherry pick all the commits. I might actually do that instead. I hate to do it that way, but the thing is that it's a bit of a mess at the moment. So one thing I could do also would be to cherry pick, break it all down into one, and then cherry pick the one thing. Now at least it's quicker to do it that way. So what I'd say is git rebase abort, grab. So here we are. What am I going to do this? Well, I'll just check it out as a new branch. Git checkout bf2 squash cr6se. Delete me in case I forget. Okay, and then to get this all squashed down is easy. I just do a rebase like before, and just put everything, all fix-ups, squash them all down to one single thing there. Now I could do a reset here. Do it that way. This could be tricky though, because what ends up happening is, you know, all that stuff that I've done relocating the LCDs in the last couple versions of Marlin ends up causing these to be like, I don't know where you're trying to apply this, but so here's what we have. Yeah, so this is it's not as bad as before, but it's still pretty messy. So like, what is this? Here's the new thing. So apparently there used to be this, and now this is being added here. And this doesn't even seem to be like the right place. Like, what is this? If set status message heating bed, like to me this looks like it belongs down there. So I'm thinking, yeah, like something was changed up here maybe at some point. Some kind of fix was applied. Yeah, so when it comes to merge conflicts and stuff, it can be a little tricky. So what we're seeing here is that this is the thing this is the change that's relevant, and then it's basically saying that, by the way, this was here before when I did this, and so maybe you want to keep this, but there's no relevant, like there's no change, because this is the second set of stuff is the set of things that are changed. So I should be safe to get rid of this without losing some change that was applied up here that I should be sticking down here. And I think the same is going to be true of all. So I can just ignore them all and just do that. Or can I? Wait, What did I choose? Oh, I chose the second one last time. I gotta remember to choose the right one. So yeah, that's the right thing, and this is the right thing. So yeah, before it had saying I had this up here, and I'm trying to add this. It's actually a little confused. I don't think it doesn't necessarily know where it is. So again, this belongs here. Yep. And in the long run, what we'll end up with is yeah, this used to be there, but it doesn't really belong there anymore. You can tell. I can put that there though. And same here. All the new stuff belongs. Old stuff, ignore. Where are we at? I'll start with the most challenging one, this here. Okay, so again, here's the new stuff, but there's some old stuff that was maybe updated. So the new stuff that was added here was debug echo pair. It should be PGM though. And that's what it's trying to add, but and this is the old code. I don't know. Now I'm starting to think maybe I don't want to like cherry picking quite the way I'm doing it. Damn it. I don't know. Let me take a quick look again. So, for example, G26. Yeah, so I think what it's trying to say is I was doing this heated bed thing. Yeah, I don't think this is needed. Come think of it. I think, yeah, you can kind of tell that I'm just at a loss. I think it's partly because all the G26 stuff that I did was just I left in there is just a mess. So what I can do is let's abort this cherry pick, delete this branch even. I'll go back to where I was at this thing, and I'll stash these, I guess. Should I stash them? I guess I'll stash them. Leave them out for now. The other changes may be easier to check. That's why I'm thinking, like, just do those. All right, so now I can check out this, reset. Do all this down to a single commit. Right. And then try and, I don't know, merge, I guess? I could try a merge. I mean, once it's down to one thing, it's like, it doesn't really matter. Git merge, bug fix, do it. It's dark in here. Forgot to start at 3 p.m. and this is what happens. It's a good thing I have this very long cable. Oh yeah. I'm gonna get those proper light panels one of these days. Hello. Well, it doesn't look so dark from my camera. It's pretty good in terms of picking up low light. It's not bad at all. All right, this is a challenge. So here we go. First of all, oh my, yeah, what a mess. Just no way that a merge is going to work very well. Yeah, screw that. Let's try a rebase. Oh, yeah, you can really tell, like, a lot of the things that are in there are just like, what am I even doing? Let me see, like, why wouldn't I be able to just cherry pick this one thing? I should be able to just cherry pick this one thing. So let's do that. Git reset hard, upstream bug fix, git cherry pick. I don't know, this, whatever it is. And let's see how bad the conflicts are. Yeah, again, at least G26 isn't there, right? So here, again, it's just like, what is the difference? Well, it's printing a message about hot end, and it looks to me like that doesn't even matter, so I'm going to get rid of it. Who cares, right? Next. What's that? Who knows? Some spaces, some extra spaces somewhere. Right. Next. Okay. 431. So yeah, there's this here. It's a new thing. And then this replaces that apparently. I say put that there. All right, so here. Nothing new here. Nothing new here. Looks like this is going to be pretty straightforward maybe. So what is new here? Oh, this was adding this stuff. Enabled improved bed leveling accuracy, blah, blah, blah. So it's adding all this stuff. So this is a new thing. And by the way, this is all echo PGM now. And all these things like config echo heading, all this kind of stuff is sort of changed. I think this will all belong to M414 report, in fact. I could be wrong, but oh no, this is C. I'll have to make a separate report for this sort of thing, but yeah, so you have config echo heading, etc., etc. Then you have config echo start. And it'll be some kind of new report eventually. So pretty. All right, let's see. Here's something new. This was doing this Q clear stuff right between those two. Why? I don't know. But that's what it wants to do. Well, let's just leave it for now. And yeah, clearly, yeah. There's some new strings being added. And I don't remember which ones are which, but I do remember this. They're all LSTR now. Oh my, yeah. Okay. Well, which one's which? I don't know. It's hard to tell. I would have to check and compare again. Do another comparison because there are definitely some strings being added here and modified, but I can't remember which ones. uh, Oops. All right. Let's see. There we go. That's already there. Okay. It's already there. Those are all there. Terra probe seems to be new. Yeah. So then you have level bed, bed tramming. I think these are better. That's just my opinion. So let's see, how far does that go? Oh, just up to mesh view. I can see I'm actually moving the older and new stuff. This is kind of a stupid way to be doing this. It's going to take forever, isn't it? Yeah. Ach, du lieber. Let's see. The newer stuff is coming from the merge. So this stuff up here is sort of supersedes. So when I come down here and Terra probe is here, that means I should move it up here instead. And then when I see these, right, view mesh not there, I should move it there. Right, and then what about mesh editing stopped? Yes. Probing mesh. So now it's called, this should be that. Getting there. So let's see. Second nozzle Z at. Okay, so that's new. Hey. I seem to be just about done. Okay, so these are identical now. So presumably that means that both of these are set and ready to go. Almost. I think that just means this is ready to go. So there we go. And again, if something's missing, it'll be obvious after I've done all this merge stuff. And then here again, we've got that belongs. Okay, that looks like new. Bed Z, maybe, is new. Nope, it's there. It's just in a different spot. After the max speed stuff. So it looks like the max speed stuff is actually new. Like that. Yes. Okay. Sorry, this is taking a bit. Okay, and then we have nozzle, etc. Then we've got, this looks like it's new, configuration probe. I think everything up to the word bed is probably considered new here. Oh, wait. Nozzle parked, that's new, that's different. Yeah, I think we're going to see some slight changes here. Right, I don't know why you want to change that, but you do. Let's see. So yeah, this stuff here. Ah, okay. PID cycle is now a thing. All right. Nope. Okay, so these maybe are new, or yeah, at least they're new to me. Select Excel jerk. I mean, they're there, but they're in a strangely different spot here with the thing I'm cherry picking. Okay, I don't know why, but they are. Okay. Okay, then we got all this max jerk stuff. Oh my goodness. How much of that is actually needed now? Because I know that, like, yeah, the max V, yeah, it's still there. It's just moved, isn't it? Max A jerk, yeah, so I've just kind of changed it up. And this is the, I want to say this is the newer stuff. The newer, better stuff. All right, then this stuff comes in, junction, deviation, velocity. Wait. There you are. I see you. Then this stuff comes in. I know, this is hideous. You shouldn't have to see such things. It's not really the way I would typically want to do this, but I would usually just go back and compare, but I don't know. This can be kind of meditative sometimes. So that might be new. Let me see, what do we got here? Probe settings, offsets, XYZ. Yeah, same thing, I guess. Uh-huh. Almost there, almost there. All right, so that, somehow these, oh, those got moved. Those got moved. I know those got moved. Preheating. Huh, okay. So be it. Baud protocol. Fan speed fault, that's new. I think. All right, so everything up here, all the way up to here. Don't need to repeat that. All right. Holy crap, that was painful. Sorry. Yeah. See, I'm not writing a symphony right now because I got to do this. Right. So has temperature and either. That sounds fine to me, but you know, actually, that's that belongs there too, I guess. And then here we have if. Right. So if we got any of those or those. Maybe at this point that belongs there, something like that. Can try that. Can try it. Can't hurt. All right, so then this thing is adding what? Doing some kind of removal of this. If it's bilinear, then, oh yeah, that's right. Then it calls this stuff. Interesting. Okay. See if there's a call for this elsewhere. There it is. Bed leveling, the linear extensible UI, yeah, so it's already there. And I guess, yeah, so it's being moved from here to there. And interestingly, I guess I want to say, I want to do that here just because. Seems like the right place to do it. And yeah, so here we have, if it's basic, then we do completed leveling. And maybe this is a basic one? I don't know, we'll see. We can decide that it's going to be basic. Whatever that means. We just kind of like picked a name until we understand more what's going on. So then we have this, and that doesn't need to be done because it's already there. And then here we have, yeah, new stuff. So that and that get both get included. It's an example of a merge where there was no conflict. There's both things belonged. Here we have again, we don't care about ProBack Marlin dev mode, so we should be able to just use what's already there. And that was the only change. Nearly there, nearly there. All right, so we have what's in head, and then this new thing. So again, supposedly both of them will get included here. And just to be fancy, I'll put that right there. And you notice these are not E3v2, even though it's similar to E3v. It is basically E3v2, but it isn't. Okay, more boards. Okay, so right, 425 is being added. And here's what's at head right now. And so what we need to do is renumber those. All right. Pause. What did this try to do? Oh, this tried to do that thing with, right. Right. So, yeah, that would be the proper replacement. Oh, and then this is another thing that is different. I see them. I see them. Oh, and this too. It's no longer a P is no longer required. So that should be fine. As long as the things are consistent type. All right. Meanwhile, what was this one? Degas or, and then you get the thing. So yeah, the only change here is this. And then you want to keep whatever was new. So yeah, we're almost up to 293, 292-ish, 3-ish. Right, and then this was, we're going to turn this warning off. And then what else were we going to do? Oh, we're going to change our counts. All right, so yeah, so here we have reloaded. Followed by these two, and then dwin dgus. So when does that come into play? I guess I could put it here. I don't know. I almost hate to do it. Dwin creality LCD. Yeah, like, so it's like, yeah, that makes sense. So actually that belongs there. And that belongs there. I guess I'm going to throw it in like here. I don't know. And those belong there. I don't think I need to put anything else there. Meanwhile, so this got something weird going on. Pause mode equals, so head has that, but then new code says there's a pause mode. Okay. So we used to return, and I don't know if that's necessary anymore. I guess that's one of the things we didn't want to do for some reason. I feel like this is probably not going to be needed. We'll look into that again. All right, and then we have this, which is if has preheat and disabled slim LCD menus is the new code. And then this thing's being added. There we go. Has probe settings. Blah. All right. Yeah, I think that's everything. So that is a completed rebase. Oh, well, it would be if it was a rebase. Is it a completed merge? What is it? It's a cherry pick. It's a cherry pick. Okay, so I cherry picked the one thing, and now it's all there. Boom. Everything cherry picked. Boom. Including this config. Yeah, so all the configs are separate. Okay, cool. So let's quickly do this. Undo. And let's do the configs separately so that they're out of the way. CR6SE config examples. Yeah. There it is. All right, interesting. You know, one thing I would do here is just clean that up a little. I like to put a little less space between these. because you know what they are. Let's see. So, okay, pins, boards, etc., etc. Yeah, and then there's all the other weird stuff in the code, which I will do separately. Conditionals, 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 sanity check. Oops, looks like I left something in the sanity check. I left a comma. All right, Creality Touch gets thrown in there, and then, yeah, it gets thrown in there. And we can decide whether it gets, well, it's going to be XTUI apparently. So, okay, fine. And then that. So let's just say, and I guess I'll actually also include the, yeah. Oh yeah, baby. There we go. I don't know. I just feel like grouping this all together. But yeah, M701P. It's a new option, essentially. My G29 cleanup went pretty well. Assuming that's right. I moved the things from here to there, which is basically what it was doing. All my cleanup is there in its cleaned up state. Let's see, our C commands are there, which is fancy. KC 100. Yep. Let's make a note of that. C001 and C100. I don't know. It's funky. Yeah, these funky serial displays are always a little fun. There's so much going on with them. Each one is, it's got its own little world. All right, so here we have that if disabled. Oh, okay, I see. So that's interesting. Firmware retract auto reset is its own thing. So let's just take care of that. I'll have to do the config option separately. Let's skip that and just take care of these little bits first. XTY is more obvious. Mm-hmm. 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 I knew it was going to be a thrilling one this time. Let's see. Oh, that I can keep. I'm going to throw that in there. Validate homing move. Moved. Interesting. Why, I don't know. But again, yeah. Oh, and I did that stash too of G26 stuff. I should pull that out. Let's see what's going on with that. Okay, so yeah, I guess that's pretty much all the firmware retract auto reset stuff and DixTUI stuff. New LCD. All right, fine. Probing heaters off stuff. Different. Mm-hmm. What do all the heads mean? Well, when you're doing a merge uh, of any kind, if there's a conflict, those little labels are telling you what each little section is all about. So you say, one section that is the head, which is the tip of, it won't always say head. It'll say whatever it is that you're comparing. So the head of your current branch, like right now with this one, this last commit is the head. So that's just shorthand for this. I could also use the commit SHA code, the hash for it, and refer to it by that name instead of head, and then the thing would not say head, it would say that instead. Let's see, so I'm going to quickly do that firmware retract auto reset stuff, since that seems to be findable, isolatable. I did it before. At least now it's in a form which is, yeah, there it is. Which can be merged with the latest code. I was going to say. All right, is that it? Almost. but I'm going to do it in two parts. Let's do this part separately. So let's see what I do there. Display G-code, extended auto reset, yeah. There. What did I do? I did that. I don't think I need that. It should be only enabled if there's firmware retract anyway, right? All right. More. All right, the more is probing heaters off stuff, which I don't really know what that's about, but let's do this as a code change. GR. So yeah, they got these weird ones like what is with the, like probe settings. Does this need to really be here, or could just be thing? You know, it's probing heaters off. Like, does that need to be here? I don't even know. Like, what was that? So, yeah, some of these things are a little weird. What's it all about? Why not contribute it as a feature? Ah, might as well do this. It's just not going to look any prettier. Sorry. I mean, you could do this all day. Oh, yeah, hey. Line everything up. There you go. How's that? Sure. They're related. All right, let's see. It rhymes, you know, like poetry. It's like poetry. Let's see. Probing heaters off. Yeah, okay. So this was one of the things I was going to consider as a code change. Some of this other stuff, I just, yeah. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Has probe settings. Anything that has probe settings, I guess that's got to be part of this. Has probe settings. Uh-huh. Yeah. Has probe settings? No? No. Yeah. This does, though. Has probe settings. Oh, interesting. That's cute. I gotcha. Well, I guess that's part of the probe settings ethos then. Oops. I don't know about this probe tear thing. Thanks here. Wait, what's this? Settings? Settings? It's not wrapped up in the thing that says has settings. Damn it. Let's see. Oh. Well, that's a good fix, actually, right there. All right. I see a tempting thing that I want to merge today. All right, let's see. Set probing paused. And hit on purpose, yes. So again, we already have the probe tear thing here. If there's quiet probing, it just says it otherwise, but then it does. Let's see, it's the stuff I don't quite get. Which is which, what's what, who's who. I see. Well. Telling you, I don't like this probing heaters off stuff. This annoys me. Again, it's like I just want to support a new printer, and suddenly it's a whole slew of little features that this one printer wants to have that none of the other printers should have. Nope, just this one printer. Let's not generalize it into something, into like a feature for everybody. Let's just make it attached to this one printer. Grr. All right, so let's see, probe tear, etc. Let's just call it what it is. Probe settings. All right, you got the probing heaters off stuff. We got all this other stuff. These are all, again, these are code changes that need to be evaluated for efficacy. Some of them I know I want to keep, like, let's see, like that one I want to keep. And there's like one other thing. There was one other thing I really wanted to keep, I swear. This one. That's fine, but probe itself. You don't need that. All right, keep those. And I guess I'll just call that MISC probe end stop cleanup, something like that. All right, these are, we're left with, again, you know, probe settings. Why would you not preheat when you don't have settings? Why wouldn't you just use the defaults? Or if there are settings that, you know, and you don't need them to be editable, you just make them into const exprs or constants, and then you have the settings. It's still readable, but it's just not writable. So it's really the better way to go. I'll just put this in the settings things. Again, that looked like it turned out all right after I went over all that work with the English file. It's like, only needed to worry about these 8 lines. If I had just looked them up, I could have probably dealt with it simpler. Another way to deal with this is like I'll upload the branch to GitHub, and then I can use its web pages to look at the differences and commits and things. So what do we got? What do we got? So again, this other weird stuff, retract menu. Retract gets options suddenly, so that's fine. Although, yeah, I guess I must have done that earlier. Tear, tear, tear. I'm on a tear. Let's see. At this point, I'm almost ready to just call these like the last remaining dregs. The dregs. Well, let me just clean it up a little. How we doing? All right. Config pins, display code. Extend EXTUI for mesh validation. Just move that there temporarily. Probe settings, more setting things, I guess. Yeah, and what's up with firmware retract editing? Anyway, did I put that in the menus already? Menu, menu, menu. This thing has to decide, is it an EXT UI display or is it a Marlin UI display? Why have menu items for Marlin UI if you're going to be EXT UI based? Like those menu items shouldn't even do anything? No, they wouldn't. So what the hell? Meanwhile, probe settings. Yep. Menu config probe. Interesting. So I have this menu. Oh, I also have language, which apparently doesn't really apply. So menu tune. Oh, okay. Maybe menu tune is the one that I forgot to deal with. Here, and this is how I generally do this, I just do line history, and it comes right up in Sublime Merge for me. As I'm a Sublime head, I'm addicted to Sublime. So this was added in the thing that says menu item, so I knew that. Well, what about this line? Right, aliases for common menu item types. Apparently configuring a retraction was already something you could do, because that's old. It's from like October 2019. So apparently it's just being added to other menus is what's going on. So why there, I wonder? Right, so it's there, and then it's being added to the menu, the tune menu, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why you care to put it into the tune menu. Yeah, I'm doing this thing. Stupid way to do things, but what do you do? Right. So wherever they're needed. So I don't know why that nozzle park message is getting changed. That's just silly. Okay, so that's being added at some point. Right, probe settings. So I guess all these probably apply to that. And this one I'm just going to call dregs as well, because I just don't know I don't know what to call that. Well, these dregs, they're the contentious part, right? So tear probe, there it is. Probe tear menu. So let's see if probe tear menu really deserves to be its own separate feature. Sure it does. Why not? So of course this line was added with the other config stuff, right? Config / pins. Well, guess what? And we'll just take some of those there dregs and we'll just throw them into the old menu. Tear. Tear. And I think that's pretty much it, right? Yeah, there's some weird stuff there with the tear. Like, why do we care to tear? We always tear. We tear before we probe. We always tear. I mean, it's not like it's an expensive thing or you're going to wear out your tearing circuit. So tear all day. I don't care. Tear every time. And it takes like a millisecond or something. I don't even know. Tiny amount of time. Tear. Okay. Okay, Pilgrim. I don't know what else we're looking at here. Dregs. More draggy dregs. That's definitely a dreg. Yeah, and this thing, what's that doing? What's going on there? It's just all dregs. I guess I could mark some of the stuff off as tear related. Tear related. Probe once. Yeah, I think these probe tear things are gonna be gonna turn out to be obsolete because we have newer, slightly newer tear behavior. I mean, maybe not, I don't know. But as far as that goes, tear, tear, tear. No more tear. Okay, I think I got all the tearing that I'm gonna get. And probe tear, buzz, etc. Let me second, 593. Sometimes that's just the best way to go. What? Uh-huh. End stops resync, huh? I can't remember what that does. Does that resync all the Z's to, I don't even know. All right. Maybe that's not even a thing anymore. Let me check that. What is resync? Ah. Ah. How about if it's, okay. So I'm thinking maybe end stops resync isn't a thing. Hello? Oh, look, it is. What do you know? I should know this. Get the stable end stop states when enabled. Okay. I see. So it basically just updates them. Waits until they're updated to get the latest state, and then, yeah, I gotcha. So why are we doing it here? Why are we adding it to this instead of using hit on purpose? I guess because we want some, I don't know. Okay. Oops. I know. Why do I give myself meaningful messages when they're only going to go away in a second? I don't know. I don't know. I do know this. Where are we at? Look at all these little thingies that the CR6SE brings to the table. A little bit of cleanup, which you need anyway. Yeah, you thought that was gonna just linger there? No. Let's just push that up to bug fix since, right, that looks good to me. It's good to you. Looks good to everybody. Direct push. Blasphemy. All right. Don't be jealous. With great power like that comes great complaint. Let's see. M701, okay, so I got the 701p, which is a thing which I don't care about, but it could be added, I guess. It's not like it's going to hurt much. It's such a tiny change. Then you got this firmware retract auto reset stuff. Where the hell did that come from? I don't even know. Yeah, all these config examples. First of all, see, this is what happens. Like, I'm going to have to take all the configs if I want to fix this up. If I was serious about fixing it up, I would take all the configs, I'd do all that, I would paste that, I would go and I would compare. Look at that, it's got to be 20903, it's going to have that. Like, then I would go through, I could just, you know, basically replace all these like this. Just do this. And over again, we'll do this, and then eventually, right? Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, oh boy, that's fun. Right, and slowly but surely, everything would be. Oh, look at that. Doubled it up a couple times. Okay, so yeah, so boop, 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 boop. As I look at it, oh, what's that? What is that? That is ridiculous. I don't know how I even did that. All right. Oh, I see. There's a bit of a mess already. That's what happened here. So, yeah, so I could essentially Egads. I think that must be right, because, you know, it's what's in config. Oh, wait, I see what's going on. Well, that's fascinating. Okay, so, yeah, this should be essentially unchanged, right? What? No. Okay, so apparently I do want to just leave this as it is. Fuck it. All right. All right, so that's fine. We can check them later if it's really that important. But, and again, see, that makes me mad because it should not be. There, so that file should be unchanged. And if the other one's changed, that's good. And this one, okay, very interesting. Should be very close. All right, feeling good, feeling good. Okay, so now we're back to, again, the first of all things. Yeah, check it out. These are all so new. Let me see. So this is the old setting, new setting. What? Yeah, yeah, I think so. That's got to be correct. Let's see how many times this shows up in other files. Yeah, you can see it's been doubled up a few times here. So I think I want to get rid of that. Oh yes, we do. There we go. And little by little, by hook or by crook, we'll get this together. So like here, look at this one. What a mess. What is this? Boom. Oh yeah, look at that mess. What a mess. Which one's this? CR10 Smart, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, look at that. Ew. Ew. Here are some standard links. Okay, good. Nowhere to be mentioned. All right. So, yeah, as you can see, little by little, I can bring all these up to date. And I probably will, because I'm just that stupid. Just that crazy. Why would I do it? Why? Why would I put myself through it? that a thing? Apparently it is a thing. It's in there twice. Apparently the one that comes after grab distance is out of here. But looks to me like they're always disabled anyway. It's not even a thing. All right, there it is, gone. Yeah, I've gotten used to this from managing the config repo. You just have to deal with some of these things. And what is this? 20801? Oh my god. Now you're killing me. Right, so this Soval SV01 was based on 20903, 20801. Whew, man, painful. So as I go through, I would just like look at, here's the obvious changes. But then, yeah, eventually I'll have to go through and do like mixing presets. That's kind of cool. It's a new thing. Minus Anycubic Viper. We don't want to mess with that one. Mm-hmm. Voila. Mixing presets. It's been added. Oh my god. Next. Having fun? Are we having fun yet? It's been 4 hours of hanging out. Playing with code. I never promised it would be exciting and thrilling. Did I? Did I have a... I might have. So there's a few of those. I'll be replacing them with that. Oh my. Oh my. Okay. Let's just do this configs up to date. Not quite yet, but getting there. Next. moving from 281 to 2092 is bound to take a little time. Well, at least we never had to get into the issues and embarrass people. Let's see. These are, so I'm going to be replaced with these. And there you have it. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Hey, that worked out. Yay! All right, so how many of these things have I changed? I did that one, I did that one, I did that one there, I did that one there, and yeah, okay, I did all those. Meanwhile, right, so assuming that's correct, good. More. Next comes all this stuff. End stop pull up. Right. So we want min before max is basically what's going on here. Oh yeah, there we go. How exciting. Up, same with these. Yeah. Meanwhile, let's see what else comes. Let's see what I've got to look forward to. There isn't that much more. There is a line that says defined in pins file, I guess can be removed, but that doesn't make sense. Okay, probe tear stuff. Probe enable disable. That is a new thing. I gotta remember to add that. And there it is, added in by a little quick search and replace trick. As long as there's something unique you can search for, it makes it easy to like insert things. So that's good. Then these are mostly, let's see, oh, that looks like a feature went away. Probing keep bed heater? Maybe that's something that, I don't know, look at that, what that is. take a look and see what that's all about. It's a new thing, apparently, and from what I can gather, it's not used in any of our code. So that is curious. Maybe it went away. It's in the area of probing heaters off. Maybe it went away. I don't know. Right? It's like it's keep bed heater and then also wait for bed heater, but then wait for hot end is not there. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, well. I think since this doesn't exist, I'm not going to worry about it too much, but I got to do something about it. Let's see. So let's get, if that's on, then I don't know. Like wait for bed heater isn't on, so, you know, maybe it doesn't care. Gonna bring them up to date. Gotta bring them up to date, whether I like it or not. Okay, so yeah, we're getting down there. Where are we at? Line 1300, 14, 15. We're way down here. What are we at? Line 1292 looks interesting. Right. Why? Because it has this weird stuff going on. Mm-hmm. Boy, yeah, you can really see how much stuff piles up that's over time. Okay, so servo detached G code apparently is a thing which we can add. Yeah, I just went to the end to look for stuff because I got bored. Let's see. Editable servo angles. Oops. There we go. Okay, bring it up to date. Almost there. We've got a few more changes to pile up here. Getting very close though, so close. Mm-hmm. Ah, there's one. Got it? Yes, you did. All right, we're almost there. Use 3D UI. We're keeping that, yeah? Yes, we are. Let's see. Look at all these new options. What fun. Oh boy, so many displays. So many new options since the last time this was touched. All right, yep, so working way backwards is kind of good because you see all your latest changes are at the top. It's like, oh, how convenient. And like, so this one is going to be replaced by those two. There we go. So yeah, I'll be taking off to get some dinner pretty soon, but I'll be doing this every so often, just hanging out, working on the code, and there might be occasionally something interesting that's found in here that's worth keeping, but I may end up deleting a lot of these streams too after they're done, because historically speaking, they're not worth a whole lot. If I hit on something and I really want to go through a whole presentation on some feature, I'll do that and make sure that I preserve that video. And of course it'll be a lot shorter than this. It'll be a stream with you know, presentation style or something like that. Okay, so let's see. I really want to replace this with this. I guess I already did that. I already did that part. Yeah, there we go. So that's now added. And then, oh look, that one's got an ANET ET5, but not the BQBX. Oh, how weird. Okay, well, you 2696. These are getting long. These are getting kind of long, for sure. Okay. Okay, there we go. BQBX. Gotcha. So what I really want is for this to be Okay, only a couple of those, I guess, that were missing it. Like it's there, but it's not in that one. Oh, and then it's got. That's funny. All right, what do we got here? We got. Right, so that's the second one that has it added. Meanwhile, this one has it twice. That's silly. And actually, what's going on here? That's funny. Careful. Gotta be careful. These searches and replaces can be kind of intense. They can be kind of intense, you know what I'm saying? All right, so we got all these out here, and then that's there. Got that there, that there. That's the latest thing I did. And what? Let's get that straight. Hold on. Yep. Yep. Oh, okay. That's why. It's repeated several times. Right. Where were I? Okay. So after that whole change of titles, now there's also this one. And then there's that one. Blah. All right. Exciting. Thrilling. So thrilling. All right. And then, yeah, I think I'm going to go with, I think I already got the reloaded in there, but let's double, triple check. Before I replace all those, I'll save whatever I got. Add it into the pile. And here we go. Now you can see like no corporation or whatever is going to pay me $50 an hour, which is be like a low coder rate to do this sort of thing, because it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. It's a complete waste of time. But I don't consider it a complete waste of time. I mean, inevitably, like, you know, the maintainer of the CR6 community branch could take care of this, should take care of this stuff. It shouldn't come down to me. But this is the kind of thing that, you know, just it's really tedious and nobody wants to do it. I don't want to do it, but somebody's got to do it occasionally, you know, just occasionally. All right, so here we got this. Somebody's got to do it. Oh no. Which one do I care about? Which one was the important one? Let's see. The important one there was the one above origin, not the others. So Oh, chording. So many little keys, chords to know. And then, right. Oops. There you go. Chords. Blah. So, and here we got these, that, this, that, there. Good. And let's just say more until I get this next one, which is the mini. So we're going to be replacing that line with all these lines. And then we're going to be replacing this line with all these lines. And that takes care of that. Anything in the regular Marlin? Of course, everything's doubled up here. I should filter that out too. But looks like maybe that one already had it in there. I'm not sure. Oh, it may be that some of these are enabled. There. Right? 11 times. Yeah. So that should take care of that. Boop, 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 boop. Yep. On, off, off, on. Okay, good. All right. Next. Oh, these, of course. The language stuff. Greek has changed a little. It's Cyprian Greek. It's being distinguished from non-Cyprian Greek. Some people can tell the difference, but it's all the same Greek to me. All right, let's see. Voila. Greek, Greek, Greek. Omicron. That's a Greek word. Yes, the better way to do this would be to have a script that can pull out what's enabled, what's disabled, etc., what the values are, and just apply it to a nice fresh config file. And just, then you're done. Wouldn't that be nice? Oh, I feel like I'm so close. And yet, there's probably another few minutes here. Okay. More. Yes, more. Okay, where are we at? Very close, very close. Yeah, so. Not so much that, right? Oh goodness, what's left? What is left? Let's take a look. Down we go, down the list. Unknown Z no rays. Not a thing anymore in here anyway. Z homing height and all that have changed considerably. So, for example, mm-hmm. Never heard of you. I think that's most of it. There's not much left here. I think that pretty much takes care of that. I'll be able to merge all that stuff and then do a little bit of comparison to just see, a little spot checking to see whether or not I got them all. So close, so close. Forgot you were there. It's just so mesmerizing. So much to do. All right. Yeah, this is obviously going to be probably very boring to most of you at this point. But let me finish this up and move on to something, and then we'll close this out. And, I'll be back into this another day, probably tomorrow. Who knows? Just want to keep this going because it's good to get some feedback while I'm up to this. Although haven't heard a whole lot tonight, but I understand it's the middle of the week. We're all busy. It's hump day. And there's only one watching it. Seems to be me. So let's see. That goes away, and then that is new, and then that is right. And then, yeah, I think that's all good. I call this fine. Make sure that I didn't screw up. Yes, these pretty much the same. I changed it to 5 here, though, however. Oh, right. All right, that is definitely going away. And then 50 after homing, and 10, you can stay. Okay. That's better. And I think as I look through, that pretty much covers it. This is kind of how I've been managing a lot of certain things. I've scripted a lot more, believe me. I've scripted a lot more lately, but still do a lot of, manual merging of this kind. So now I've got to do a yep, reload them all, baby. Okay. All those go together. And then I might want to separate the main config from the rest. Oh, look at that one. That's funny. Okay, so let's do undo. I do want to bring all the configs up to date, but I obviously don't want to insert that. Surprising. Oh, okay, I see what's going on there. Yeah. Yeah, they all count. So what was that? Reloaded twice? Yeah, or something like that. So one of these things got screwed up. Let's see. That's fine. That's fine. I'll just do a search on that reloaded thing and make sure it's not doubled up everywhere. Or anywhere. Shouldn't be doubled up anywhere. But it is. It's doubled up here. Oops. Okay. And the main config. Does it need anything anyway? Let me think. Polar graph, I guess that's new. Belt printer's already there. Polar graph might already be there too. Come to think of it. Photograph. Yeah, it is. It's there twice. So we don't need to put in these again. And probe enable disable. That is something that's new, I think. Oh wait, no, there it is. It's already there. Okay, good. So the rest of these should get all these correct. However, I didn't double them up in where they already were, or where they weren't, only where they were. Okay, so I think we're good. And I will do one more comparison. Pick something at random. Like, I don't know, pick this one. Oops, it's going to open in Xcode probably. Let's try that again. Open in Sublime Text, please. Did I only do the one config file, or did I do both? I think I only did the one. Oh, now I got to do ADV. Oh, brother. See, I'm not going to bore you with that. That's too much. But you can see awful lot of work I do is just using GitHub Desktop, checking differences, applying them across the various things. So like here we have, I've just stuck some stuff in to see whether there are new things, and yeah, there's a whole bunch of new things that are still not accounted for, right? Like that. That's got that's that now. So yeah. Oh, apparently in this particular case, it's already been fixed up. But yeah, I just picked one that apparently hadn't had much fix-ups. So like these are all changes that really belong here. But interestingly enough, like this, it's like basically identical to the default config, except for a few, you know, very weird. Okay, well, as you can see, there's like just that one thing. There's that. Okay, that's a config thing. SPI speed is not something we generally do now. What happened to my Greek? Well, that's strange. So how many are like this? Apparently none. Just the one that used to be like that. Keep that. These you want to touch. Don't want to touch that. If you're going to use inches, use inches. Don't touch that. Don't touch that. Oh my goodness, there's so much to not touch here. So those we're keeping. I should have started with the other way around. So that's new. These are all belong off. Those belong off. Oops. Did I change everything all of a sudden? No. That's interesting. Maybe I undid everything above by mistake. But that's interesting if I did. Because that's actually what I would want to do. That's new. I wouldn't change that or those. Anything new here? So this will give me a sense of what else might be new and missing from the other configs. But again, you know, this is going to end up being in the configuration repository. Ten one three. Looks good to me. Oh yeah, this MKS PWC stuff. Yes. I'll have to look at that. Oh boy. Yeah, this is near the top, so we're almost done here. Just, oops. More. Yep, more. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, these are a little behind. Again, maintaining a bunch of configs, it's easier if they're all in a big bunch in a group together. Like if there was a CR6SE config in the Marlin pile, it would be kept up to date. I wouldn't have to do this every time I try to get CR6SE working. Hopefully they'll get this merged and then that'll be the end of CR6SE. We'll be happy. Anything interesting else happened this week? Let's see. I got contacted by DWin, but not offering. I think it's a salesperson who's just basically randomly trolling Facebook people who mentioned DWin, because they didn't seem to know who I was, or they didn't seem to be going into like offering like donations or anything like that. It became clear through the conversation that there was just a salesperson and they were looking to maybe get me to buy something. which is interesting. I mean, having salespeople go directly to Facebook and from your D-Win, you know, you don't need to do that. I don't get it. Very strange. Cooler and board. I guess those are just new things. So, okay, you're new. But yeah, it's one of the reasons I'm just not liking, you know, one of the many reasons joining you all and not liking Facebook very much. I try to avoid it. It's just it's a cesspool. I've been found like, have you noticed like YouTube videos lately? Like anytime somebody says, yeah, you know, and if you disagree, I mean, just put your thoughts in the comments. Like every time someone says that, it just bugs me. It just bugs me now. Like I know they're just, you know, they're just trying to get engagement. And some people might even be just, you know, getting up there and saying a bunch of nonsense just so they can get comments. It's like, people, come on. It's like, and then I see an awful lot of videos that I used to like certain channels, and then, but it turns out that like they're only making videos because they need to get their ads in. You know, like I got to do ads in for the week, and so they'll have a video that's about something, and they can tie it in with some video that they saw on, you know, Brilliant or whatever. It's like the only reason this exists is so you can make an ad for Brilliant. You don't even care about the subject. You barely touched on it. It's like, I don't know. I mean, it is all fluff. It's an awful lot of fluff. So I shouldn't care too much. But I always hoped it would become, you know, the great, you know, at least the things I'm following would be like this great academic, you know, pinnacle of, you know, knowledge. Being able to go into my YouTube videos every day and find out some new and exciting thing that I never knew before. And, you know, basically be taking a course. In the course of a year, by the end of the year, I'd be like, you know, ready for the next level. But it doesn't work out that way. So, okay, well, look, I did all the configuration files. Usually the config ADV is less to deal with. So I could conceivably go, you know, like copy this into every, I'll just pick the one at the top, I guess. Oh, it doesn't have an ADV. So pick an ADV, any ADV. So as I was doing before, I picked one, I used it as my guide. And look, it has that funky Unicode characters in it. And as you can see, yeah, this is actually quite a lot going on with this one. It's, I mean, there's certain things I can do that are really obvious, like all the new things. Like, I could throw them in. Like, has proof, I mean, I don't think this does. I don't think your typical thing does, so we can take these out. Host action commands, okay, fine. Cancel objects, sure. You're using that? Great. Custom user menus, not a thing anymore. Custom menu main, yeah, we got that instead. Right. That's new. That's cleaned up. That is new and things you don't care about anyway, so I can just do that. This, all these are probably going to be the same. Yeah, they're just white space changes. And, of course, CR6SE doesn't have an L64XX 6470 stepper driver. It has whatever it has. Where are we at? 8 p.m. All right. We've been at this for almost 5 hours. Going to be coming on 5 hours in about 20 minutes. So, thank everyone who stopped by to check in, say hi, and just give a little look at what kind of workflow we got here. As you can see, it's not a lot of thrills and spills today because I'm not working on any exciting features. I'm just integrating this here, CR6SE, as best as I can, little by little. And I'll bring this up to date and get it all cleaned up. And then what we'll have is hopefully some kind of useful, usable, working thing. Arcs. I think arcs I can leave as they are. I've been tweaking arcs. Meanwhile, all these kinds of things, PTC, bed, all that, I can definitely tell these are not used by the CR6SE. It has no probe temperature sensor. We don't really care about that. Lin Advance, sure. There is experimental S-curve now, and there's also a thing called allow low E-jerk, which I'll have to add here. Let's see, baby stepping. Huh, 8-second duration watchdog, good for you. Right, it's Lulzbot now. Lulzbot. Yep. 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 Sure. You want it animated? Okay. Small is moved, I guess. So we'll take that out of there. And that's gone, and that's gone, and that's gone. They've been moved down. And see, holoframe is not enabled in this particular config, so let's... Whoa! And in case my changes would move things around, I will do that. And here we are, on board. That is new stuff that moved down. That is about the same. That is bad indentation. That is something weird. Okay. I'll tweak this in a bit, but I think, yeah, I want this. Yeah, I don't know where that's going to get thrown in. That's the thing. If you delete it here, it might get added after these things. I don't know, but that definitely... Well, I'll clean it up and that'll be better. So, okay, yeah, these are definitely new. Cleaning these up can be a little trickier sometimes. But the main thing is I want to see what is what. Okay, so yeah, there is a turbo back menu item is being turned on. So where it's confused, I'll just go in and do edits, and then I'll come back. Wizard. Okay. Oh, these are new. Yeah, 4-wire fans. You really, want them on your fan, you can do that now. Well, look at those. 0, 255, 0, 6. Oh, that's so nice and neat. I think those are all just as they are. I don't think there's anything here. Oh, wait, use Z only. Ow. Okay, well, I'll come back for that. I'll come back for those. I'll be back. 610, 63, 10.3, 62, 92, 20, 40. Chamber fan index is a new thing. Yeah, there's been some Max 31865 stuff lately. And okay, there. Wow, lots of more. And more yet, and yet more, and yet even more. Yeah, so host prompt support 3919. So the thing that was enabled here was what? Host action commands was enabled. And host prompt support was enabled. And that was it. So there you go. Boop. Meanwhile, cancel objects. Fine. Direct pin control. Let's see. Oh. I see. Okay. Just checking. Just checking. Let's see. Interesting. I see. So let's take a look here at, what do we got? 2357 here. What would be good for dinner tonight? What do you think? Might go for rice and veggies. So, yeah. Let's see, min auto retract 0.1, 10.0. Then retract length is 0.5, I see. And then that's fine. And you got 13, then you got 25 instead of 45, I see. And then you got 0.0008. So yeah, that's pretty much what we want. And then auto retract was, both of these were on apparently. Auto retract and auto reset. Okay, lovely. So close, so close. So yeah, tomorrow I'll be working on, again, pull requests more generally. Probably not this one. I may come back to it, but you can see this is it's one of those pull requests that is, you know, it's got a lot of work attached to it, a lot of work associated with it. Pretty sure I don't need that. And then I should look at this show remaining time stuff. Okay, real quick. So, what were enabled before? The things that were enabled under previous settings were not the sound menu item, apparently. Or maybe the sound menu item was enabled, yeah? Or maybe there wasn't one. There wasn't even an option before. Yeah. So, anyway, looking at the red lines. Sound menu item, yeah, it was enabled, okay. So, that was enabled. Turbo back item was, I believe, also enabled. Right. What else was enabled? LED control menu, clearly enabled, right? LCD timeout to status was 15,000, which it still is, and I guess it was also commented out. Show e-title, boot screen timeout was 4,000, which it still is. Show e-total, yeah, it looks like most of these are pretty much where they were. Small XY, disabled. Yeah. I think we got them all here. Small XY, timeout to status, set progress manually, show e-total, etc. Etc., etc., etc. I know that et means and in most languages, but what does Peter Cetera have to do with any of this? Millimeter units, hey, good choice. Excellent choice. Okay, so this is where it gets funky, is in line 1370. I just want to make sure I have all the right things enabled. So the things that were enabled were the use M73 remaining time thing, that was enabled. The show remaining time thing was also enabled, obviously, since you need that for the other. If for some reason you commented out the stuff about the thing being, you know, if any, blah, blah, blah. But that was my CAN stuff. So that seems to be it. Use, and then there's no rotate progress display option mentioned here. So I guess it's just let it be what it is. All right, let's clean that up. Yeah, let's call that cleaned. Get rid of that since I already have it elsewhere. Case light, no brightness. Line 668. What are we trying to do here? Previously, case light default on was false. .255 was the default. And case light, no brightness, no such thing. So that's that. Okay. Next, let's see, 0255, 060. It looks like controller fan stuff is all good. 0255, 060, and editable. Oh, it was editable though. Okay, idle time was 60, etc., etc., etc. All right, good. Up here, line 4, shade of 7. This was 30, I guess, and that's 120. And those are both, bed target is 50, I guess. Interesting. And then nozzle target, zilch. Okay, so good. Yeah, see, I'm not removing or adding lines, but, and yet the diff changes because it's stored as a fixed set of line numbers. It's like not really a data structure, it's just a diff text. It's just a diff text, it doesn't know much. It's not very bright. And see what that looks like. It was 200, and it was 200, all kinds of 200s. Okay. I don't know why that gets moved, but it does. But that's what we want. And that's that. I think that pretty much takes care of it. So let's go back to here. Oh boy. So everything that gets changed in the advanced file, I'll have to apply to the other, whatever, 16 or 17 configs. And as you can see, there's a lot going on there. It's very possible I could just copy this and then paste it into the rest, and it'll turn out that they all match up because they all want to have the same values, right? But on the other hand, they may use different drivers or who knows. So I'll finish up the rest of these later. Meanwhile, so yeah, that gives us a pretty good sense of all the things that would go into the CR6SE. Now, if I pull up the current CR6SE from my PR, my pull request, which I guess is still 19958, yeah. I merge it in the latest bug fix. Wow, no problem merging, so that's good. I can just push that. But when I go to compare the two, use git diff here and git apply. And I might have moved some things, so we'll see what happens when I apply it. But oh yeah, 163 files changed. So the configs are gone, of course. That's to be expected. I'll just delete that. That's 82 of the changes right there. So then the other 81 are who knows what, all kinds of things. So the differences between this and my, yeah, so this one doesn't even have the 425 board added, as found in the CR200B. This stuff is there though, that's interesting. Settings retract length, so, oh yeah, that's just, yep, that's to be expected, so that's normal. Could do this stuff too, hide white space. So yeah, that is pretty much, yeah, so there's a few things changing for sure. You can see all kinds of things happened here. If has temperature and either. Is from the older stuff, I guess the older, yeah. So yeah, 4210, like, you know, it doesn't have the wrappers, so that gets the wrappers. That file goes away. That file goes, well, its changes go away. Its changes go mostly away. Right. So there's some things you want to keep here and some things you might not. Case light is PA6. So yeah, I'm looking at essentially revert-ish stuff right now. Yeah, I'm looking at what would be reverted to get back to where my CR6SE is. So you can see there's some certain things that aren't there. There's the final approach stuff. There's your auto reset stuff. Here I've got, you can see buzz is actually, I changed it. So when using the touch LCD, buzz is just defined as buzz gets defined differently. So, you know, certain things I did differently. Configuration, like it doesn't have the probe config. Like the stuff that's been added in is kind of, it's extraneous really. I mean, it's not, and then what's up with the DGUS? So yeah, so here's DGUS Creality. Like I moved the files into another folder called DGUS/Creality instead of DGUS Creality/Creality Touch. So, or those are at least new compared to mine. So yeah, these, you know, that's the thing. I'm trying to consolidate them so that they're not like yet another completely different implementation of the DGUS DWIN display. But what else happened down here? Let's see. Yeah, see, that's the file. And then there's like a whole separate DGUS Creality LCD, blah, blah. So yeah, things got changed, but, and then there's a test for the 6, actually downloads the CR6SE config and tests it, because there is one. And as I said, I tried to flash mine and it just didn't work. Didn't work. Right. Auto reset, never heard of you. New board, etc. So yeah, there's a lot of differences, but as I look at them, like, yeah, like C commands, no C commands. C001. It looks like C100 is in there maybe though. Unless it's in a different spot. Oh, there it is. C100, yeah. So those, you know, are new and exciting things, which I don't mind leaving in. This looks like purge length. Yeah, it looks like I just had a different style going on here. P, float, or purge length. Obviously, constant fluid, fast burn. Yeah, so that's, yeah. Again, what's this heaters off stuff? Like, you know, how much of this is important? Auto reset. I guess I'll leave that in. And then, yeah, all these extra things. And yeah, see, I called it D-Win Creality Touch LCD instead of the other thing here. So if I can find that. Just replace it so that there's fewer things to look at. All right, so. Right. Oops. Well, if I'm going to do that, I should do it in the other thing anyway. But anyway, that's, yeah. That's sometimes what happens with one PR. That just eats up the entire day. So sorry about that. It would have been more interesting to go through a few and, you know, do this one, do that one, each one a different topic. But next time we'll have more topics, and I'll go through smaller PRs probably, and won't be just watching me twiddle my thumbs. So for now, thanks for dropping by, and see you soon. Be good, be creative. Ciao.